Kia ora, kia ora, kia ora, everybody. I think we have everything set up. I have that off to the side. That's why things are missing. There we go. Okay, well, there's still no face cam today. We still have a broken face cam. So, yeah, we gotta... I tried playing around with it this morning to see if I could figure out why it was broken, and I could not. But that's okay. We're going to make the best of what we can do. We are back with a bonus stream. This is not one of my regular stream days. Not even like entirely set up. I just threw together this overlay that doesn't need I don't like the chat box. I should change that chat box because the chat in the dark is too hard to read. As cute as the little duck is, we need to go plain. Let's just do some stuff live. Nothing like doing things live. Yeah, so we're a little all over the place today. Oh look, it's actually already there. It is too. Alright, that makes it easy. Bear with me. We go that one. And then is it 12? It is 12. We get rid of that one. And we go back to 8. We go back to that. We move you over there. Okay. So Stardust. Hello, hello. I'm a shadow. You can be a shadow. We love shadow here. And Mana Giggles. Hi all, working on some chalk pastel stuff. Too messy to type with. Understandable. Do what you gotta do, hon. And Rivy, the gorgeous Rivy over on Twitch. Hello, hello, lovely. We are here to do basically just a little bit of a bonus stream. I did say that all going well on Saturday, if I felt up to it, would do some more streaming because we could, because we can. I did a bunch of errands with my mum and got all the things done that we needed to get done, and then now cool, looks like everything is working. Yeah, so we got all the things done. I grabbed myself a iced coffee and a cottage pie for lunch. I've had food. I have, let's not roll over the bed. I have, because of course it's Easter Saturday. I don't know if this is actually a holiday or anything. It's not really a holiday, but you know, like it's the Saturday before Easter, so they had like big reductions on Easter stuff. So now I have like 2 chocolate bunnies, and Mum and I grabbed a pack of Cadbury cream eggs to share. So I've got some Cadbury cream eggs. So yeah, we're doing good. So I just need to grab. Oh. You. Oh, you from the fridge. Oh, honey. Oh, hit my mic. Hit my camera. Just realised I hadn't grabbed my water bottle. So I just had to grab some water. Double A and KP. Hello, hello. Glad you have the spoons. Yeah, I did too. I am too. So I did end up going to a few different places. I went to the warehouse to get some photocopying done that I really had to get done. It was what I had forgotten to get done the other day, so got that done. And then picked up some bits there. I took Mum to the store that she needed to go to because the water filters that we use were on special and she needed more water filters, so she got that. I did have a quick look at a store for a replacement face cam. They didn't have what I want in stock, and what they did have in stock, yeah, I just don't know if it's quite worth the price. I wanted to do some research, but I thought I would go out there and have a look because we were right there. It's like right next door to where I was next to, in case it was like Easter weekend special, 60% off, and I could go, cool, yep, they're all right, we'll grab one. The chances of a Logitech camera being 60% off, very, very slim, but you know, a girl can dream. A girl can dream. And yeah, so we did all that, and then I went to the supermarket to get coffee, which is the one major thing I had to do because I was out of coffee. Okay, so Today's going to be a bit of an odd stream. So because it's not a regular stream, I don't want to keep working on with the Eerie one, because I have at least one person, possibly another person, who's following along with the Eerie one live. So we will save Eerie for tomorrow's stream. So instead we're going to do basically whip chaos. We're going to try and get through a bunch of pages that are in progress. We're going to try and do some work on them. We're going to try and make this list completely blue and even fill it out some more. So first thing I need to do is actually update my list, because I did some bead colouring after stream last night. So I pulled out Mythic World and the markers, and I went to town in Mythic World and did the same technique that I've been doing in Dark Fairytales in Mythic World, and then I used this glittery green marker for Force Lightning. And I wasn't very happy with the colours that I chose initially, but looking at it in reflection, I kind of dig it. I do need to darken.
OMG just donated 150 to the colouring fund. Thank you. They said.
I love that it just says, they said blank every time, but there. Double A? What the literal hell, double A? What a way to start off stream, and what the hell? Who said it is private? I can see it. I'm special. I'm private. Buy the good camera? Double A? Oh my god. It's gonna be one hell of a good camera. Then you won't need one again. I won't. I'm gonna, like, that is, thank you. Legit, like, I did look at getting a cheap one to tide me over it. I was just like, I don't see the point in doing that. I would rather wait to get the good, like a reasonable camera, do this once, do it right. Like, you know. So that's why I was going to do some scoping around to see if I can score a deal, which I'll still do because I am a bargain hunter. But thank you. That's just made it much, much easier, because now I know I can go for the good one. Thank you. I thought making it private would have announced it in stream though. Yeah, I think, I don't know. I think because it's live, it just auto does that. I think it just makes the message private. But thank you though. Unless it lets you, I don't know. I would have to look into it. I didn't even know this was a thing until you all started using it recently. Sorry, my brain's a little broken now. Thank you. Alright, water-based markers. Water-based markers is what we did in here. And glitter brush. I'm glad I don't have a face cam right now, because you can't see my, like... yeah, so we're just going to catch up the bookwork, because this is something I do to keep track of. It's for the community too. Yeah, community, can we all give Double A a huge thank you? Because, yo, you're the best. Legit. Thank you. I can't, you know, like, I've said it before, you don't need to donate, you don't need to do anything to be here and stream. I don't stream for financial reasons. I stream to hang out and chat and share the passion of colouring, and to create the safe space on the internet that I look for on the internet. And so, like, I don't earn money from all this, and I'm okay with it. It actually is better for my mental health to not have that pressure. And like, things are tight because I'm on a disability benefit. So like, it's not like I can do that because I'm rolling in funds and I can just choose not to make extra money. No, I probably should be, but for my mental health, it's better to not be putting that pressure on myself with ad revenue. It's a decision I've made for myself. So yeah, I get it. I get how tight things are, but it means so freaking much, and it does, like every donation that I get, like every time someone sends me happy mail of beautiful gifts in the mail, like I try to make sure I'm doing it on stream. And like the donations I've received, because I've had a couple of donations recently, y'all are like making me fall apart here. All of that goes back to stream, because it's like, yeah, y'all are wonderful. One of the things that I did pick up was the little stationery store got in some Derwent colour softs, so I picked up an individual one. I picked up a white grey thinking this was white, but I picked it up to try. It's okay. I think I should grab a second one and see how they blend, but I use it to do a little bit of highlighter. I don't know if anyone's used a Derwent colour soft before, but I found them open stock locally, not the full range of colours. And it looks like they only come in a 72 set, but it's like, that's cool. I just realised I wrote down the first one of Rapunzel, but I didn't do the second one of Rapunzel, so Dark Fairytales. This is why we have to do bookwork. So that was Mythic World written down, tracked and crossed off, because that page is done. And then the book moves into my pile of, I've completed a page in here this month. And then because we did Rapunzel and we started a second one, because it's like, well, if we're doing the hair in one, we might as well do the hair in the second one. We're going to Dark Fairytales, Rapunzel's hair is what we'll just call page 2. So we've got Rapunzel chops her hair, and then Rapunzel's hair revenge. So we'll do it. Water-based markers. So that one's currently still in progress as well. And then the other one that I started last night. Thank you. Make us happy to see our lovely Amy again. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. All the Adaha. Yeah, I'm really glad I did manage to get stream. Like, I am going to be able to stream today. I'm feeling, again, start of the injection cycle. We're feeling good right now. So yeah, if you've never seen my journal, by the way, this is what I was going to explain, and then I got mind blown. This is my colouring journal. This is how I actually track what I do each month. So at the start here, I have overall stats. This is literally just a mathematics book that you would use for school that I decorated the cover of. And then I have like a year start, year end stats. And then every month I track, because it works for me, right? I just change the theme each month. So right now in April, we're doing sort of pretty flowers, and we've got some little holographic. I just pull out stickers and do all the bits. I need to go get ready, going out for lunch. Nice. I gotta reiterate how loved you are your streams. Whatever form they take, make our worlds nicer. Oh, Rivi, you're a sweetheart. I forgot to do the good proper YouTube thing. Rivi is a streamer here on Twitch. Gorgeous soul. Again, if you like the chill vibes here, you'll enjoy the chill vibes at Rivi's. They do, gosh, I do all sorts of creativity. I saw brickmaking the other day. I saw colouring. Rivi also has some sketches that they've done that they've put out as colouring pages. So you can get some free colouring pages from Rivi. All sorts of good stuff. So if your heart is hollow, click to follow. I don't believe they do YouTubes yet. Maybe. I think it's just the Twitch. So yeah, what I was going to say, this is my colouring journal. So at the start of the month, I write down socials. I track the numbers. I don't care about the numbers. It's just more for me. I like to see how the numbers change month to month. So I track Twitch, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook here. Then we have our totals. So this is a page finished off. I write down any buddies. Yeah. Hopefully YouTube one day. Yeah. And then, so we write down how many pages I finished off, and then I write down how many of them were buddies and how many of them were doubles. And then, because I keep track of my whips, so I have keep a track of how many I have got previously on the go, and then I create, if I create any. So at the moment, anything that is on my colouring list that is uncoloured, like these here, These are not necessarily whips right now because it's in progress for the month, but at the end of the month, if this is not finished, then it becomes an official whip. So that's how I like sort of track my whips. So you can see right now, at the start of the month, I had 6 whips, and then we'll see if we create any. Ideally, we'll also finish some of those 6 whips. And then we have our new whip total, and I do break it down by year, so I can also be knowing, because I have whips in 2022, 2023, 2024, and now 2025. So I like to also figure out to keep track of like what my really old whips are. Winter sneaks in all sneaky like a sneaker. You can sneak in anytime here. We like a sneaky sneak from a wintry winter. Hello, Melissa. And then, of course, down the bottom, we track our new books, how many books total is in the collection, and then I also track how many new books I've worked in, so I can keep track of my worked and unworked. And so that's like, when that's filled in, we can see things like last month, I have worked in 256 books in my collection, which is 95.95% of my collection. And then I just write down any buddy colours that I have planned. TK Dodo, hello, whips. Those tasty work in progress pages. Look at this month's new books. Like, y'all are amazing. So I do need to cross off the Where's Wally one, because that one has been worked in. My nibblings helped me colour that one. So we're working Romantic Country Free, but you can see I kind of highlight when I've worked in them because I want to try and work books as they come in. So we have a page in Summer Scenes that we're working on. And then down here is my whip list. I mean, hello TK Dodo. Welcome in, lovely. And Catherine Potter, hello. Welcome in. We are doing a bit of a random day today, so we're going to just work on lots of whips, lots of bits and pieces, just kind of taking today as a getting things worked together, work through things, and yeah. So at the moment, you can see here, I have finished off Mythographic Imagine, and there is a little star by this Walk in the Woods, because I think I'm going to unhaul this book. In fact, I know I'm going to unhaul this book, and I have somebody I can gift that to as well. The lovely Smalt said she'll be very interested in taking the book, even though it means shipping it across to her, but Smalt may also get a kiwi candy box sorted, so, which is fine. So I can keep that to the side until Smalt decides that they'd like another one, and then just ship it to them then. So that would mean that I've knocked out all my 2024 whips, which would be fantastic. So we have the Fern Calloway one, so that one's been recorded for YouTube, so we won't be working on Fern Calloway today. I would like to get this Mythographic Fairy Wonderland completed. That would be nice. Alien Worlds Crystals I'm not worried about, because I'll eventually get to that, because I've been working through Alien Worlds in order. And then the Creatures of the Night Night Watch one. This is one that is from 2022. So ideally we will get to that today. But to get to that, we need to get through a few other things. So as well as those official whips, there's also all the things that are currently I've worked on this month that I haven't completed. So I have Friendly Little Squirrels in the Residents of Antique Town. That one's not going to get finished this month. Lisbeth and I have decided that we are going to keep on extending that one, because we both just have not worked much on it this month. We've been distracted with other things and we've barely touched it. So, and that was like pretty close into the start of the month. We're both like, yeah, no, we're not feeling this month with everything, with Dark Fairytales and everything else. So, yeah. And then I have the Story of Precious Cat's Treehouse. I would like to try and get some more done on this one today. So we might try and pull that one out. Again, I still don't have a hairdryer. I went to the warehouse and I forgot to buy a hairdryer. So we still don't have a drying tool. Mum does have a hairdryer somewhere. She's just not sure where, but I do have access to a hairdryer somewhere. So the Eerie Romantic Country, not Dark Romantic. Oh, wouldn't that be something Eerie could produce? Dark Romantic? That would be a cool book by Eerie. Eerie style, all the cutesy, but doing like, you know, like dark romanticy, like shadowy library meetups and like Gothica, and that would be cool. That would be so cool. Shona, hello. So sorry, I got completely distracted chatting. And Lisbeth, hello. So we do have our 2 dark fairy tale pages, and then the one other thing that I had to write in here, because I started this last night in bed, because of course I did. So, summer scenes. And this is the bunny strawberry page, because it's such a perfect Easter page. I was like, I want to colour it. Bunny strawberry. That'll do. So I started this page last night. I literally just started the strawberries and that's it. So not a lot, but this one is a new book. So I write on the side, new book. We write down here our materials, which is water-based markers. Surprise, surprise. And then that is uncoloured. Once they have finished a page, that's when I scribble in with the highlighter, and that means the page is done. So that's kind of how I track what I've coloured this month. And just look at this list. Like, this is growing. This list is growing. And when I complete a page and move on to a next page, that's when I grab a post-it and just put it on there, so I just don't have to keep recounting, because counting is difficult. So yeah, let's move that to the side. So we're going to start with Summer Scenes by Teresa Goodridge, because my reads are in here and I need my reads to go into Dark Fairy Tales. So we're going to do a bit of Teresa Goodridge. I need to crack the spine. So yeah, it's going to be a bit of a bounce around, do different things. We just need to skip this album because this is the Christmas album. Come on, Spotify. Did you put the other bed one in there? I did. Mythic World. Yes, that one is written down and completed because I did the gel pen on it before I went out this morning. So Mythic World is now in there as a completed page. Thank you though for checking, Elizabeth. I have so many whips. I have decided that I had to let go of the idea of having to finish every page. If I didn't, I wouldn't colour anything anymore. I don't have the spoons these days to force myself for a whole page. That is so valid, Winter. We decide when a page is done. So that is like so valid. I had over 80 whips and it got to a point where it was overwhelming me because, not because I felt like I had to finish these pages, I didn't like having them unfinished. I am someone who does like to complete things, and it really annoys me when things aren't complete. But I've always been that personality type. I can be very type A. I like logic, I like order, I like organization, and I like structure. I can be very type A sometimes, and I'm very... No, oh no. Well, that's cool. We're 26 minutes into stream and we're already having the dropout. And we don't even have the face cam to blame it on. So what is causing this dropout? I need to really figure out what this USB thing is. Alright. Well. Yeah. It happens, unfortunately. Deactivate, activate. There we go. At least they're coming, like the rest of their stuff is coming back pretty quickly, but yeah. I thought hopefully that having removed the face cam that was clearly dying, we would get rid of whatever was causing this issue, but obviously not. So yeah, I'll have to do some playing around because I don't have a face cam. I technically have a spare USB port right now, so I might be able to do a little shuffle about and also remove one of my hubs, which I think could also be causing issues. So I'd like to remove all that and then see if these things still happen. But I was hopeful that a good positive side effect of the camera dying, the face cam dying, was, hey, maybe we can remove all those, we can get rid of this USB dropout thingy that happens. Because all my research tells me is that I just need to update my USB drivers, except my USB drivers are up to date. So that's not going to work. So yeah, I don't know what else to do. I think basically I need to get my laptop to Sammy, and I needed to look at it and be like, okay, this is the issue. Speaking of, I don't think I messaged you yesterday. But yeah, I was saying that whips. That I can word. That I had all those whips. I worked hard to get that whip list down to 6, and I feel comfortable having 10 or less whips in the book, like on the go. But I also am of the feeling that once I get rid of that, like once I get rid of the Creatures of the Night one, and like the Alien Worlds one I'm not worried about, but once I get rid of the Creatures of the Night one, having done the Imagine one, having done the getting rid of the Walk in the Woods one, we're up to this year's whips, and I feel like I'm going to be a little bit more like, that's okay, because it's all like this year. You know, it's not like the super old whips. Like, I had whips from 2020, 2019, and those were the ones that I really wanted to work through, to get rid of those super old whips from when my colouring style changed, and things are different now. Yeah. Hopefully it's an easy fix for you. I hope so. I don't understand why it's happening. Sorry, wrong buttons. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense to me. So, yeah, I need my tech friends. I don't understand, but I have very smart friends who know these things, but I think it might be they need to look directly into the laptop. But everything I've run, everything I've tried to get to figure out why this is happening is coming back fine. Like, yeah, all my drivers are fine, everything's up to date. There's nothing I can find is corrupted, so the only thing I can think of is it's just overheating, because there is a lot of USB stuff. Like, I have a lot of USB stuff in here, and I have hubs so that I can get more USB stuff in here, because right now I only have one camera, but I normally have 2 cameras, so 2 USB cameras. My mouse and my keyboard are USB, my speakers are USB. I have a cooling fan thing that my laptop sits in, and that needs a USB. I have a second monitor, which is HDMI. No, that one doesn't have a USB component now, because otherwise that would be dropping out when we have the dropout. What else have I got? I don't think I've got a lot left on there in terms of... Yeah, I might actually be able to remove the USB hub, which would be quite nice. It's just annoying that everything needs a USB device these days. Like, especially when a laptop only comes with two or three USB ports. And it's like you've got 18 devices that all need USB hubs, USB slots. You need them all in at once. So it could just be as simple as there's just too many USB things in there, and I just have to figure out another option. Like, change my speakers or something so they're not powered by USB, or I don't know. But yeah, my next sneaking suspicion with it is that my USB hub, which is what's plugged into one of my USB ports to turn that into 4 USB ports, I suspect one of them is slightly corrupted. I can't do whips. I just know if I stop a page and start a new one, I will never go back to the whip. Like, my brain closes that tab and I can't go back. So I do one page, start to finish at a time. Yeah, see, that's super valid too. I can understand that. I know if I work in, it can be quite hard for me to go back to a page in a book if I start another page. Like, technically I'm doing 2 in Dark Fairytales, but they're side by side and I'm viewing it kind of like a double. So I can do things like that, but yeah, trying to be onto it. I can work multiple pages at once, but I also know that during the month I don't like to have more than like 5 or 6 pages that I'm working at once on at the same time. That's when I can get overwhelmed. Yeah, I run on a MacBook Air, which means no USB ports at all. I have to run everything through a USB converter hub. Yeah, oh my gosh. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I couldn't do Mac. Too much of my stuff is USB. USB, USB, USB. Immediately start yawning. Okay. Well, missed the rubbish with that. That's fine. Okay, so we have our strawberries. It was so humid here last night, like so ridiculously humid, that a couple of my markers decided to explode. Because there's like all this pressure going on because of the storms coming over. So it was hot and it was sticky, and a couple of the markers just kept on leaking. Like, you can see a little bit of the build up around here still. So that's going to be a messy one to open, I imagine. Just in these big chunky boys. It's like the moisture and humidity in the air was enough to just sort of open them up. Alright, where's the tub? The tub. Nope, definitely not fun. Alright, well, you can just all stay out there for the moment. That's fine. So, let's find some beautiful bright greens. I did put up on, like, my Instagram stories, like, the sneak preview that we were working in Dark Fairytales. But it appears we're working in summer scenes. But also, it's just, like, the perfect Easter page. So, it had to be coloured, you know? It is more summery, I know, with the strawberries, but we have to colour it. Beatty! Hello, hello. Welcome into the bonus stream. And the great thing about this is it's single-sided, so we can saturate the page. We don't have to let things dry as much as we do when we're working in a double-sided. It's still good practice too, but we don't have to. I love this page with the cute bun bun. So cute. So cute. How you going, hun? Welcome in. Welcome into the bonus stream. Just decided I would stream today. Try and get a bunch of whips done. So how are we all doing out there? Is anybody else whip smashing right now? Are we getting all the things? Excuse me. Oh, that feels better. Not getting sick. Not getting sick. Not getting sick. So here, Dark Fairytales, I noticed earlier that you were colouring Rapunzel's hair. Had just enough time to see what you were doing before I had to go off to the doctor. Yeah, I can. I started last night. Another page in Dark Fairytales. So we finished off, I actually still have to post it, but I finished off Jack and the Beanstalk, and then last night decided to go with Rapunzel. So much here. There is so much here on these 2 pages. Like, oh my gosh. So that's what we did to finish off stream last night, and we will come back and do some more of this later on. Yeah, I do freaking love the way that this hair looks. Even if it took forever. Still my Inktense Rita Berman's phase. Sorry, my nose is absolutely itchy right now. Oh, did you all see? There's a new Rita Berman book. But I don't know what it means. It's not coming out right now. It's like on the queue to come out in a while. I know a couple of people have been posting it on Instagram, like, I see you, because I was looking at Black Whales last night at, like, things that are coming out, and there's quite a few different things that you could see coming out, but it's like, it looks like it's circus themed, like, under the circus tent or something like that. I believe it's like the start of next year or something. You could see Kerby's 10-year celebration queued up there. There was another Francis Goitier one. What was his one? I can't remember what his one was. Tabarif, who does Dark Fairies, not Dark Fairytales, does Dark Fairies, which is something that I colour in a little bit too with a few people. Is putting out a Wizard of Oz themed one that comes out at the end of this year. I'm finishing up a colour by number in a Japanese book with Lingual gel pens, and I might start the Precious Catch Treehouse page. Nice. Yeah, that's. Hopefully we'll get to that today too. We're having a whip day. We're going to bounce around a few different pages. Hopefully finish some of them off. But if we get in the mood to just bounce, we're going to bounce between them. Oh, I went into the sky there. That was bad. Just get some work done on a bunch of these different pages. It would be amazing if we finished off several pages. But again, a lot of these pages we don't have a lot done. I'd like to... The Dark Fairytales shouldn't really be high priority because I guarantee I'll finish that one. But I'll do a little bit on Dark Fairytales because I love Dark Fairytales. I want to get this bunny done, and I'd like to get into the mythographic Fantasy Forest and get that one done. And then, because all of these Dark Fairytales, the bunny, and Fantasy Forest, I could actually all use markers for. Or maybe not so much Fantasy Forest. Some of it I could use markers for. Because choosing colours can sometimes be the hardest part of what we're doing. I also have a drawing that if we get to it, I'd like to finish off as well. But I may finish that one off at my own time. I may want to do that one privately. But yeah, original art. Be nice to get that done. We're just kind of going with the flow. It's also really hot and humid here. It is like it's meant to be bucketing down. It's been trying to break. There's been a couple of sections of rain, but It's like, it feels like a summer storm. It is so humid. Like last night when we were streaming, I actually wondered if maybe I was actually having, like, experiencing a hot flash or something, because it was just so hot and I couldn't understand why it was so hot in the middle of winter. But I could hear the cicadas, so it's like, okay, it's not just me. It's like legit hot, hot. And yeah, so we will be back tomorrow for our regular stream as well. I should actually go ahead and schedule that at some point too. And we will be carrying on with Airy tomorrow. And Romantic Country Bree. Carrying on with our Palace Garden. So getting more of our castle done. Starting on our garden hedges. And then hopefully we'll get all those flowers in the sky done, because we're going to kind of work top down as best as we can with all the layering. So yeah, finishing off the castle, getting our, starting our hedges where the overlay is, and then all our flowers up the top. Should look, I'm excited. I like how that one's progressing a lot. Oh, excuse me. Alright, I think we've got all the leaves there, but still worthwhile keeping our pens nearby. And I got caught up. Let's see how long before I fall again behind tomorrow. Hey, we shouldn't be doing any drawing tomorrow, so that'll help. But yeah, you did well. You did really well, because I know I threw a lot at you and a lot of different stuff to how you normally colour. And I love how yours is progressing. It's so cool to me that somebody is like you trust how I colour enough that without seeing how the page turned out, you just want to follow along. And I love the way your flowers are looking on your back wall right now. So yeah, tomorrow we'll carry on with that and finishing off our castle. I'm loving the challenge. Yay. I know it's like when you're first trying to wrap your head around, especially with the background, because it's like, yeah, you can't be perfect with this. You can't be pedantic with this. You just have to trust that you're going to be all good and dot. Just plonk those dots down. Just scribble. Like, you know, it's literally scribble in those vines, plonk those dots down, just be random, be loose. And I know for a lot of people it's very difficult to do, because you're like used to going careful, 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 and I'm like do. But the looseness that you achieve sometimes by doing this is what is the key. Like, that looseness can also be a feature. So a lot of my colouring also revolves around being loose. See, normally I wouldn't scrub so much at a page like that because it oversaturates it. But we're working on a single-sided page, so I don't have to be so... let the layers dry. I do, however, have to self-care, and today we're self-caring in the form of a cream egg. I have not had one of these in years, and I am so excited. They're probably going to be cloyingly sweet for me. I'm going to regret my life. They're so much smaller than I remember, and I had heard that. They've shrunk right down in size, which is a shame. There's that sticky fondant. You told me? What did you tell me, Stardust? I can't remember what I said. Well, I have to say, that is utterly disappointing. Would not recommend. I knew they were cloyingly sweet. Alright, that's why me and Mum shared a pack. So I only got 3 of them instead of 6 of them. But they are made in Australia now. I wonder if they use palm oil, because the chocolate tastes wrong. Now, granted, I'm used to Whittaker's. Cadbury cream egg. Does it have end? Like, the chocolate tastes different. The eggs were smaller than before? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I can imagine that. Right, we want to make sure we're getting the Australia version. While the dairy milk chocolate in Australia is palm oil free, fillings and inclusions sometimes contain palm oil. Okay, so it's not me, it's just the chocolate tastes wrong. Yeah, I guess I've just kind of gotten so used to Whittaker's that the chocolate just tastes wrong. Yeah. Not a fan. Not a fan. I've already gotten a few compliments in a couple group I shared it in. Yay! So that makes me feel better about what I've done, along with your compliments. It means a lot. Yeah. I know it's hard, Liz, but trust me, you've done amazing with it so far. It's hard when you're first starting if you're used to a certain way and trying to follow someone else's way. And my way is messy. My way... Like... I'm lazy with certain things. I know certain things we can kind of cheat. We can do things quickly. We can do different things, and we don't have to be pedantic. And so all you can feel sometimes is like, oh, we just, you know, I should do more layers here, or I should dot here. I should, you know, I should fill this up more. And it's like, trust me, right now it's fine because we're going to be doing more. But also, we're our own worst critics. And I can see what you've done, and it's absolutely gorgeous. Like, I would be just as happy to call that one mine too. It means so much to me that you're wanting to colour along live too. It's very cool to me. I'd like to do that more often, of like maybe try to find a book that a lot of people have, and because I know people sometimes follow along with the VODs, but it's quite cool to have someone doing it live. So it'd be quite cool to have someone colouring along as you're colouring along. And it also means that they can ask questions of certain things. Right, now the real question is, can I re-wrap up this Cadbury cream egg without getting it everywhere? Kind of go like that. Could work. We'll just make a little nest like that. I'll stick to just the plain chocolate bunnies. Rosalind, hello, hello. Bonus stream, yeah. We made it to a bonus stream. We're gonna try and get some whips done today. Try and finish off all those pages. This one's not Doctor Who, but it always reminds me of Doctor Who, this song. So how are you going today? Is anyone else working on colouring? And what are we colouring? I should have Instagram open in case any of you all want to share your what you're working on. You can message it through. We still have no face cam. I did have a quick look this morning, but we'll be sorting that another time. A little bit of those. I think it's because the Doctor Who section is the right note, it's just slightly different rhythm. Yeah. It feels very like it's on par with it, isn't it? I'm currently starting a page. I'm considering colouring in Lulu's Million Baby Animals. Whether or not I actually put any colour down on the paper is a whole different discussion. You're in the planning stage, and it's a very important stage. Also, you know how I was talking about black whales and how I was looking at books at Black Whales last night? There's a new Lulu Mayo coming out that's like 1 million hugs or something like that. I'm going to pull up colouring book and then search it by date. I'm working along with you in a whip that I have going in Leon's Journey. It's a frog paid for Jamie Wild Colour hashtag for April. Nice. We want date new to old. I cannot wait for Leon's Journey to get here. I'm so excited for Leon's Journey. Alright, I might have searched in a category actually, rather than just... Oh, nope, your children's. That's not what I want. Sorry, bear with me 2 seconds. So I think I did a... Nope, painting, drawing, art manuals. I think there was like an actual colouring category. Okay, we'll do it this way anyway, and hopefully they'll come up, and if not, date new to old. So this is Black Whales. This is way and truly zoomed in on the OBS. Did not realise. So there's Joanna Basford's new one. This one here, this is the Tabriff one. If you know Dark Fairies, there is a Wicked Witch of Oz one coming out by the author of Dark Fairies, which that one is the end of middle of September. That one looks quite cool. It's quite neat to go and browse like what's upcoming. Look, Sylvanian Families. How many times have I said that I wish there was a Sylvanian Families colouring book? But because of all the cute and cozy, I guess they've made one now. So I'm like, do I need that? Do I need that for my mum? Because she has some Sylvanian Families. Angela Harding's new books. Lots of cozy, cute. More Sylvanian Families. Alright. 8th of May. Now I think I have to search colouring without the U. Because there was definitely Lulu Mayo and new to old. Sitting away. Now that I'm trying to find it. But there's a few different ones that were coming up. It was like, oh, this looks really good. Alright. No, you're still putting it in children. Sort by new to old. I'm not going to be able to find it now. I should have taken screenshots last night. Yeah. Yeah, it's not Lulu's Magical World. It's like a million hugs or something. Like, it's... A Million Hugs and Kisses. Yeah, 2026. It's a while away, but yeah. So there's another A Millions coming out. It looks like it's going to be perfect for Valentine's Day, and it's coming out at the end of Jan, so it's very much timed for Valentine's Day. See? Not crazy. It's like, I knew I had seen another Lulu Mayo. Because, yeah, I just spent ages looking around at Black Whales last night, being like, I wonder what else is being released. And yeah, I found quite a few new releases. That was, there we go. That's how I did it. I went into the category. Also, Perfection. Hello. I also had to go to the shops, and I do not recommend. This is one that doesn't have a cover yet, but Frances Goitier, who is does the Dimension, but also does the have some of them. Dark art, like dark art supernatural, dark art gothica, is doing something called Dragons Colouring. This is March 2026, so that might be one to look out for, because Francis Goitier is quite cool. I like his work. There was A Million Hugs and Kisses. That's not cute. There's a lot of cute and cozy coming out. Are we surprised? Yeah, Mythogothica by Fabiana Antanasio. So that's the new offshoot of not Mythagoria. Mythagoria is the offshoot of not Mythomorphia. There's too many myths, but you know what I mean. But it's Fabiana Antanasio, and that looks so pretty. A dark romance colouring book. So that's the end of this year. So I feel like they're going to do a whole new offshoot of Mythogothica, and it's going to be all this and now Manga Worlds by Yolene Yeo and Shirley Tan and Lozy Rong. I actually have some of their illustrations and are really good illustrators, so I'm really curious about this one. That one comes out at the end of December. Like, it's really curious if you just go and sort by like upcoming and just have a sneak peek of all the stuff that's coming out. Again, a lot of stuff coming out. Bob Ross kawaii coloring also, by the way. That looks cute. There's the wildflower. Mythographic Wolf Moon, and this is a new illustrator. This is Gloria Chevalier. I don't know, but I'll wait for a flip through of that one. But new. This one here. Oh, yep, this one here. These are new Dungeons and Dragons. This one is meant to be Mythographic and Mythogoria together, is what I've heard. Ooh. Well, this one here is an official D&D colouring book, and you all know me. I'm getting official D&D colouring book, so I have to keep an eye out for that one. But then next to it... Where did it go? Where did it go? This one here. This is actually a... This here is a reprint of... like an English edition of a Japanese colouring book that I've looked at a couple of times on Pompadour, which is really, because it was one I was contemplating getting on Pompadour when I was placing an order for Leon's Journey. I'm sure I've seen it on here. Sorry, I don't know how we've ended up on this full deep dive, by the way. I will get back to colouring, I promise. Watch it be out of stock on Pompadours now that I've mentioned it. There it is. Colouring book of a Secret Dream fairy tale like colouring book. So it's an English print of this one, but look at it. Like, this one has been one I was looking at, and it's an English reprint of it, and it looks like it's a little girl and her toys coming to life and going and exploring a magical land. I mean, look, there's bunnies in a hall getting ready for a ball. It's a colourful colouring book of a secret dream story. So she's dreaming and her toys take her to a magical land. Like, I need this book. This is my vibe. This is what I love to colour. So Pompadour has the actual Japanese copy, but it looks like we're getting an English print of it, which they're calling Garden of Dreams. Distraction is a thing. It is a thing. It's very much a thing. So yeah, very, very pricey. Pompadour is much more affordable for me, but shipping. That's the big thing. This one includes shipping. So, but yeah, it could be something to keep an eye out on if you like cutesy colouring. Yeah, there's a Kerby. There's a Kerby 10 years. So 9th of October, according to here. I can't wait. I can't wait. Apparently, there is a 4-page, double-page spread exclusive in this. I'll be getting it regardless. It's Kerby. Dragling's colouring book by Jasmine Beckett Griffith. Looks like there's a new one of those. Story Graphic, which makes me think it's an offshoot of Mythographic again. I don't know. Or if they've just chosen a, unfortunately, very similar name. And then Enchanted Relics, it's another Weronka Kalinska one. So, yeah. This one looks absolutely gorgeous. Like, look at that cover. A Wonderland of Dreamscapes and Nightmares to colour. I don't have anything by this illustrator, but it looks so, so pretty in that cover. Anna Yarden, has got 2 new ones coming out, which look like to have the same illustration on the front, but one says Romantasy and one says Epic Love. So I wonder if it's like English versus UK, UK English versus American English versions. But yeah, Anna Yarden has a new one coming out, which I really like her line work. I did want to pull out Goddesses and work on that, which to do that, I have to stop talking and actually look at stuff. Dark Magic, which is a follow-up to Everyday Magic, which I still need to get. Really, really good. A new Teresa Goodridge, Cozy Quarters. And it's the Tabrif one. Yeah, just lots. Colour and Sleuth, which I need to send to Candace, because they're colouring mystery ones. Dark Arts, The Haunted, another Francis Goitier, Best of Dark Arts. If you don't have any Dark Arts and you wanted to get some. There's the Sylvanian Family ones. Like, yes, it's another Amy stream, and we're looking at like books that are coming out for colouring books. This is called So Many Cute Animals. I'd want to see. It's got temp cover down here, so I want to see like actual flips of that one. But So Many Cute Animals. Here's the Christine Karen one. So that's the third one that's coming out. There's one that's due to start coming out next month. It's actual, which is Wondrous Folk. I have it bookmarked up here from the actual Blue Angel online because I keep watching when they release it. Because if they're supposedly releasing it in May to Australia, which means I think purchasing directly from them, and they will also ship to New Zealand. So yeah. But yeah, there's so much stuff coming out. And also Critical Role Belle's Howl's colouring book, so I'm going to need to get that one too for my Critical Role collection. Yeah, I spent so long looking for all this stuff. Mythagoria Night Terror's Return, so those that like Mythagoria. There's the Wondrous Folk one. Yeah, I can just spend hours looking through these sort of things, eh? I love like putting into like oldest to newest, or newest to oldest in this case, and seeing what is coming out. So yeah. And then there's the Fairytale World, so that's the English print of In Catitude from Pop Manga, which could be really cool. Sylvanian Families. There's the Lulu's House of Wonder. And there's the Oceans to Stars, the restock. So yeah, I am tempted to actually pre-order it here because it's actually not badly priced. This includes shipping to New Zealand, by the way. Black Whales will ship to New Zealand. So it's slow shipping, but they will ship. But anyway, enough distractions. Did not mean to just like virtually shop on Black Whales there for 20 minutes as we talked about upcoming book releases. But oh my gosh, there's so many book releases. It's one of those things where there's always going to be new books. There's always going to be new releases. So but it does look like there is some exciting stuff coming up. I just picked up some super tips while I was out this morning. Glad I went early though. It's so busy. Yeah, we went out early too to get our errands done for that exact reason. Because it's the Saturday between 2 public holidays. And oh no, the shops are closed yesterday and going to be closed tomorrow. Must panic. It's like, it's fine. It's one day. Back in the day, the shops used to be shut all weekend. And those that worked retail could actually still have a weekend. Apparently Rita Berman is coming. Yes, that was what started this, was the discussion there. It's Rita Berman has a new one coming out and it looks like it's circus themed. Which, I mean, part of me is like, ooh, that looks really cool. And then part of me is like, darn it, I really wanted to move my journey through Oceania. Wondrous Folk and other stuff is scheduled for August and September. Yep, if you're in the UK. If you're in Australia and also New Zealand. May 2025. If you order directly off them. Everyone loses their mind. Yeah, just because the shops are closed for one day. It's a bit ridiculous, but I'm glad you survived. I'm glad you did it. And yay, you have super tips. May it bring you lots of fun. Right, let's do that ridiculously bright green. Auntie Indo, hello, hello. Welcome in. I'm doing good. We're doing a bonus stream today. It's not my regular stream time, but we're streaming because I can. I also got some other brush tip markers to try out as well. I'm so keen to colour today. Yee, Cassie! I'm so excited for you. Well, I'm going to be here bouncing between a few things myself for a while because we're going to just have a work the whips day. We're just going to try and get through a few things. I want to get through this Teresa Goodridge page, get a bit more of dark Fairytales. I have a mythographic whip that I'd like to finish off as well. That's a whole leaf there that I missed. Like I have Nalco Neko if I feel like pulling out the Inktense. I'm not in an Inktense mood, which is going to make it really hard. I have not been in an Inktense mood this month. It's making it really difficult to work on Nalco Neko. But I'll see how I go. I don't want to force myself to work on it if I'm not in the mood to work on it. Especially after the long stream yesterday. Yeah, it was a long one yesterday, but we're doing good. It's the start of my injection cycle, so, and I'm actually feeling quite good. Oh my god, it's so sweet. I'm eating a Cadbury cream egg, by the way. It's so sweet. I'm sorry, I've been influencing again. You know, Kerby should pay me a commission at this point. I've gotten him at least 2 sales. In Crayola. Honestly, I went into a store on Thursday and there were people looking at the markers, like this kid and his mum. And so I ended up, because they were trying to discuss what to get. And like the kid was talking, it's like, no, it's not the right ones. I need these certain ones. And the mum was trying to get him to get super tips. It's like, hey, I don't work here, but I do a lot of art. Can I help you out? And the little boy was like, yeah, I want to do this style of drawing. I want to do cross-hatching. I was like, oh, so you want really fine markers? And he's like, yes. Like, he was trying to communicate that the super tips, like, and I could turn to the mum and go, yeah, the reason why he doesn't want the super tips is because they have the wide side edge, and so it's really hard to keep a consistent point on them. And if you're trying to do fine details, like in cross-hatching, it's not going to work. And so what he's actually needing is these ones. And so I pulled out the Faber-Castell ones, and then there was a cheaper option brand. It's like, you could get the cheaper ones, but there's not as much colours in that, so it depends on how many colours they need and stuff like that. That's cool, because it's like, quite often happens, I'll pop into a store and there'll be someone looking at colouring books or a certain type of art supply, and it can be like, hey, I don't work here, but you look like you're confused, and I have expertise in this, so can I help? Oh my god, I have so much chocolate in my coop now. Yeah, they're not the same as when I was a kid. I'm not as much of a fan of those as I thought I'd be. I might try freezing it though. Only it may taste better. But yeah, I knew they'd be sweet. That's why I did say to Mum, did you want to split a pack? Because I knew I didn't want 6 of them. But, Rosalind, this is a, this was almost a new page. I just done a couple of the strawberries last night. Hello, Brittany. Hopefully we're coming in with some positivity today. Okay, here we go. Putting pen to paper finally. Proud of you, Winter. You can do this. I would have gotten it anyway, but then I saw Amy colouring it. I can't find them chocolates anywhere. Yeah. Yeah, it really is. And a lot of chocolate I find I don't like anymore. I blame Whittaker's for that. Like, I'm so used to Whittaker's that it's like, yeah, all over chocolate just feels cloyingly sweet now. Like, Whittaker's is still sweet, but it doesn't feel excessively sweet. And like, when I first ate it, I actually had to look up, like, does this chocolate contain palm oil? Because the chocolate just tastes wrong to me. I did finish it, which probably is a good thing that they're smaller now. But yeah, definitely very, very much on the sweet side. So yeah, I hope you're all doing well out there this weekend. I know for some people, you know, you want to escape from the holidays, so it's all good. Here it's just about eating chocolate. So, but we would do that any weekend, regardless. So, you know, we're here to colour. Ignore the fact that I'm doing a bunny. Right, so I'm kind of thinking that we do, I want this really bright and summery, like we're technically in winter, but I want like bright and summery. Maybe we'll start with the brick wall, because we're going to use some of the colours that I already have pulled out from previous things, which is Rapunzel's here, and then the Mythic World page, because I haven't chucked away the browns yet. So we can do some bricks on the wall, and some of these have been sketched in, and we're just going to kind of make up the rest of these. So I'm thinking either yellow flowers or pink flowers. Pink flowers might be pretty, and then I could do like yellow sky, but it could be too close to the strawberries, so we could do just pink butterflies and yellow flowers. We are? It feels like summer 2.0 here. Yeah, I started this thinking we were in winter, and I wanted a nice summery page last night, and then it was humid as all heck. And it's still humid as all heck here. Anyone would think it's summer as well. It is hot and sticky and muggy, and storming is meant to be happening, and it's not. And yeah. I hope you all are having a good day. I mean, despite the fact that I am sweating a lot for what is essentially a winter day, I've had a good day so far. It was nice to get out of the house with Mum. We did go and get our errands done before it got too busy. It was just starting to get real busy when we left, so we got out at a really good time. Mum got her water filters that she needed for her jug. I also went to the supermarket and picked up my coffee so I can keep drinking coffee, because heaven forbid you don't want to see Amy without coffee. And then they also, because they're closed tomorrow, they were clearing out a bunch of like the deli food and stuff like that. So I got myself a big pot of cottage pie that was delicious, and I brought Mum a stuffed sweet kumara, which is like a sweet potato. Kumara is sweet potato, so I brought that for her for lunch, so breakfast / lunch. So that's what I had before stream. The site was Blackwell's. Just blackwells.co.uk. They do good shipping everywhere. Black coffee or flavored coffee that you brought? I brought technically an iced coffee, like a white coffee, like just, you know, milk and sugar in a coffee, I guess, but it's almond. So it was an almond coffee, but not almond flavored, using almond milk. Because tummy. We had a flash of thunderstorm here earlier. It lasted about half an hour. The thunder came out of nowhere. Oh, goodness. Jumped right out of my chair. Oh. We're meant to be in thunderstorms today. Like, we're meant to be in absolute miserable weather. And it's had, like, it's tried to downpour, but it's not been enough to break the humidity. So there's still more coming on, but that's meant to be for the next couple of days. So only 23 for today, thankfully. Moving furniture around today. Oh, yeah, it's too hot of a day to do that. And now where we take advantage of the fact that we don't have a thing on the back, so we can kind of saturate. Just sort of bring things together. I love using water-based markers. They're so quick. That's so quick. They're so quick. Because we don't have to worry about shading on the back. I can be naughty and not let things dry. But not too much, or else we start chewing up the paper. Seriously, I would have fell out of my chair? Yeah, I would have too. Yeah, I'm normally not a fan of like the almond milk option, but I do like this particular iced coffee, and it's good on a day where I want a coffee, but it's also too hot for a hot coffee, but I don't want to have like an energy drink. Again though, it is a sweeter. It is sweet because it's all of them are sweet. So sometimes I will buy those like pre-made iced coffee drinks and then take a old cup of coffee like from the morning or something that I haven't finished, or just make a cup of coffee and pour it over ice to cool it down, and then water it down with additional coffee, because I like, they're just too sweet. I can't decide if I want to do water-based markers or Albert Dürers on the Precious Cat Treehouse page, or a mix of both. Tough decisions. Yeah. I haven't used water-based markers on the page, on the Precious Cats pages before, on their paper. I have used Albert Dürer though, because I've used them in combination with ink tints to base certain colours. Right, so what we want now is some greens that can work for in the distance. So as we fade into the distance, we're going to get less vibrant, and we want to go more earthy with our greens. So that's where these friends come in, and maybe even these friends. Start with this one. You're not going to. You're absolutely a grey. However, that could be cool for the Rapunzel page. So let's just keep that one to the side. You're practically the same. So you can be a backup if by chance this colour runs out. It shouldn't, but just in case. And then... that's a darker tone if need be. And then what I actually need then is this colour, but this colour is dead. Now I could pull the spear out of my Supertips box, but I'm pretty sure I've got something else that'll work. So, you know, let's avoid pulling from there if we can. Let's just use up what we already have. And that's when we start merging into that. Okay. It's a bit of an odd mix, but with enough layers it'll work. Used Albert drawers on the pirate page and like how they work, but I'm also inspired with the techniques you've been sharing. That's super valid. The only thing I would recommend is test the paper, because certain papers are more absorbent. So, you know, you want to make sure we don't have... Now, I'm saturating this paper, so it's a bit different. I'm not letting my layers dry. I'm not doing the regular care that I normally would do, because I don't have to here, because it's single-sided. But I would head to the back of the book and I would do a couple of tests. And I can grab mine and actually do a couple of tests in the back of the book if you'd like. Because different paper types absorb the ink differently, and it may just shoot through. However, knowing how ink tense works in there, I don't think it'll just straight shoot through. But yeah, like anything, if you're using a new media in a book, test it out first. I have not tried it in that book. So, yeah. Alright, let's start with our tree line back here. So I hope everyone's had a good Friday/Saturday/time zone where they are. I would really like this exercise that we've been doing the last couple of streams, and so I'm going to do it again, where I ask y'all about your day to share the big, the small, the medium, however you feel appropriate, but to share a positivity, share a win, share almost like a glitter, you know, share something sparkly that happened in your life. And it can be a small thing, like when we were out shopping, there was these lovely people that were fundraising for lawn bowls for the Deaf Association, and I don't know any sign language except for thank you, and it was like really nice just to do a simple thank you, which isn't hard. It's just literally touch your chin and go forward. But you know, being able to I was like really grateful I had taken the time to learn that. I did learn a couple of finger spellings, just so that if someone came in, I could finger spell like D, E, A, oh god, what's F again? F. So that I could ask that and then get pen and paper or translator, or we could try and work it out when I worked front counter in a medical centre. I did always want to learn sign language. I think it's really important to learn sign language. But yeah, that was just a small little thing, and it was nice, and they were absolutely lovely, and they let me put extra mustard on my sausage. So I don't know if it's a thing overseas, but I know here in Aotearoa and over in Oz, sausage sizzles or snags are a thing. And so what it is outside stores, people set up with the store's permission. In fact, certain stores even own barbecues for these fundraising purposes, and will lend out the barbecues for fundraising. And then people come in and they bring sausages and onions and bread, and they'll cook the sausages and onions on the barbecue, and then we slap it into bread. It's like a hot dog, like an American hot dog, but instead it's a sausage in bread with optional onions, and then you have mustard and ketchup. And yeah, it's a good old sausage sizzle, and it's used as a fundraiser to raise money for things. So it's usually a couple of dollars for a sausage. And so that's what Mum and I had today as we came out of the warehouse, because it was all you could smell were these sausages cooking, and we're like, oh, we're hungry. So we had one, and it was a lovely interaction. So that was my little positivity. Yeah. The little Bunnings snag. Yeah. Yeah, the good old Bunnings snag. This was a warehouse one, but, you know, Bunnings it's very common at Bunnings to find people doing the good old sausage sizzle. Yeah. Nothing like the smell of a sausage sizzle, right? Went to a friend's for a little dinner party thing earlier. Oh, the little Mr. Winter and I were friend, but it went fine. There were enough people, so there was no time for conflicts. That's a win. That is a win. You went out and you did the socials, but you did the adult socials with the adult tension, and that's huge. So well done. Be proud. You did good, Winter. I'm proud of you. And that's definitely a win. My happy news this week is I got a second interview for the job I really want. 2 to 4 total rounds. Heck yeah, Shona. That's awesome. That's an amazing positive thing. It will be even more amazing when we're celebrating you getting that job. We're going to talk that into being. I am a big believer that you do get what you put out into the world. Like the energy you put out into the world is what you receive, which is why I am very big on spreading joy and positivity and aroha, because that's what I want in the world. So yeah, you're going to get that job. My win for the day was getting all my Easter goodies for tomorrow 50% off because I waited to the last minute. Yeah, that's not procrastination. That's smart shopping. That's just being sensible, you know. I've had some really big wins for today. I've had some amazing blessings and, you know, some really big stuff that's happened today. But I also like to really celebrate the small stuff, and I encourage you all to look at the small stuff. Your wins don't have to be like massive things, or, you know, this big life event that happened. It can be just something as small as, you know, I went to the supermarket and the stuffed kumara that I know Mum has wanted to try was reduced to half price. So it was like, sweet, and I could afford to buy that and treat my mum to that dinner. So she's wanted to try it, and I could do that. And that's like just a little thing, but it's really nice to be able to buy that for my mum. And that's a win, because it was only $4 and it was in my grocery budget to do that. So yeah, small little win, but a huge thing. And that little bit of positivity is important. Work smart, not hard. Yeah. My dad is a Rotary member, and my life growing up was very barbecues for different causes. So many sausage sizzles. Oh my goodness. I could only imagine. I grew up in a religious household, so I grew up doing fundraisers for church. And so one of the things that we used to do a lot, oh my gosh, there used to be this thing, it's Rainbow Confectionery. They used to, I know Cadbury's did it too and stuff, but we did it with Rainbow Confectionery, where you would buy boxes of mixed assorted bags of lollies for X amount, and that was the wholesale price, and then you could go and sell them, and they said recommended price $2. So maybe you paid like $30 for a box of 60 bags of lollies, and then you go and sell them, and you'd make $120 for your fundraising cause, and it was for fundraising. So we did that. Like, we had to do all these different fundraising things, and because I went to both a religious school and a religious church, my school decided one day that the lesson was about, I don't know, there's a story in the Bible about, you know, they each got some money, one put it away in the ground and then came back and had the same amount, and then one took the money and did stuff and they made money, yada yada yada. I don't remember the story. I don't remember a lot. I've blocked out a lot of that stuff. But the idea was that we were each given like $50 and given the challenge to fundraise for the school. So I took this home and I went to my parents and we talked about doing this lolly thing that we had done for our church, where we get these boxes of lollies in and then you sell them. And so what I did was then I grabbed my little brother, who was 4 and was freaking adorable. Very, very cute. Just like the cutest little 4-year-old ever. And he knew it. He knew how to play up on his 4-year-oldness. So I would set a goal of like, hey, we need to sell 2 boxes worth today. So we need to sell $120 worth of 120 bags of lollies. And if you do that, I'll give you 2 bags. And he'd be like, done. And so we'd load up the trolley. I would be going round with him and he would be my salesman. Where we lived was multiple retirement communities full of elderly people who loved this adorable little 4-year-old who was selling lollies to fundraise money for school, right? And so they would knock on the door and he'd go up and it'd be like, I'm selling lollies and they're only $2 a bag and they're super yummy for your grandkids. Did you want any? Because we're fundraising for our school. Like, he would do the whole spiel that he would do. And the grandmas and grandparents would come out and go, oh, you're so adorable. Oh, I don't have any grandkids that age for the lollies. But you know what? You pick a bag. And so he would pick out a bag of lollies, the people would pay for it, and then he had to get to keep it. So not only was he getting 2 bags from me if we hit our goal, he would come home with like 20 bags that had been brought from him for these people in our community. So he was always really willing to come out with me. And so every year I won the fundraising because I knew how to pull it. And it'd be like, little brother, it's fundraising time. It's like, I'll get my trolley. It was great. We did so well. And then when I went to high school, because when I was first started in high school, he was 6. So he was still of the age where it was still cute enough that it would work. Not quite as prevalent when he was 4, but it still worked. So I was in my first year of high school. But then I realized that in the high school, like, all the food was overpriced. So I just took a whole box to school. Was like, hey, yo, I've got to fundraise for this thing. I've got these things, they're $2 a bag. And the amount of people, like the first day I kind of warned people, I was like, hey, I'm bringing these, showed some of the bags, and then the next day just bring them. And I sold so many of them to the teachers as well as to the kids because there was no other sweets around. So I just became like a lolly dealer for a week at school. Once again, just sold so many lollies. Know your audience, you know? I could have done really well in marketing. Like, I knew how to sell them. Yeah, good times. It's marketing. It is called marketing. You are right, Cassie. I think this green may also be dying. I think my earthy greens are dying in these super tips, which is understandable because I think I used a lot of them for the what's his face, Jack and the Beanstalk, because I did that a real earthy green. It was going to be the greens that I did for Rapunzel as well, so we might have to start pulling from the new box. Oh no! Alright, so we're gonna start by darkening a couple of areas. So darkening where Teresa has put in, adding in some extra lines. My dad worked as a master electrician for the biggest car factory in the area, so he used to take any fundraiser or whatever and go around the whole factory. I quite often won too. Heck yeah, winter. Okay, these super tips are goat. I'm never using anything else. Cassie, I'm sorry and you're welcome. There's a reason why I love them, okay? There's a reason. I'm so glad you're trying them. Alright, we don't want to bring that dark down too much further. But what I do want is to smooth out up here. So if I take my light green and just kind of use that to clean up along these edges, it's lifting the paper. I think we're just going to have to accept that it's going to be what it's going to be up here. Thank you. Jokes, I don't mind being poor because of you, Amy. I'm sorry, okay? But also, Cassie, think of it this way. You could have gone out and brought more really, really expensive alcohol markers. You could have brought like a 250 set of markers, a $250 set of markers, or, you know, more and more and more. You know, think about how much Ohuhus are. And you spend, I don't know how much, but, you know, super tips. They're not exactly the most expensive markers in the world. So, you know, it could have been worse. It could have been much, much worse. And I use birthday money, so Girl Smurf says it's free. Exactly. Totally free. It reminds me of a couple of friends that had a school assignment to create a business, and the girls group that had the most profit one, so they went to the family gardens to pick up herbs. Okay. And brought a few plastic inside. Or it's 100% profit. I mean, hey. It's a business model. Creating demand for something that costs you nothing. I do love connector pens, but I find they always bleed through. Yeah, I was saying this yesterday actually about the connector pens. Like, I love them for fine detail. They're great. Like right now, in fact, I think there's a light green that I might be able to pull out as a fillet in between, and they'll work really good for what I'm doing here for the grass, like all this line work. But something about that ink just saturates straight through, especially if you start working over top of it. So it's not great for filling out a big area, but using them like fine liners, yeah, absolutely great. Like using them to do little edges and little details, really, really good. But in terms of trying to color a big, expensive area, I am all about the super tips. Alright, I don't think we're going to bring that green down any further because I'm pretty sure that's all bunny back there. And if not, we're going to make that all bunny back there. Now, I may need some suggestions on what colour to do the bunny because I always like to do bunnies blue. But I don't think a blue bunny is the right idea here. Well, my words are hard today. That's okay. It happens. Words are hard. Yeah, I have connector pens, and then I also have these connector pens. I still need to sort these ones out into colour groups. I do think that the older connector pens were better for actually connecting up and making like the connection. These ones just want to like fall apart all the time, and it's sad. So I might have a better in-between colour I can use here, because we've got quite a bit of a jump from that earthy green to yeah. Alright, let's do layers in each of these and just build up more tones. That means I can also get right in there and divide that up. So yeah, this is where super tips are really good. Things like this, when we're creating grass texture. Envisioning a cream yellow bunny. I don't know how you'd do that. Layer in lots of light greys and very light yellows, most of which I think are very, very dead, but could be done. Light cream can be done. A lot of the time it does come out a lot more on the yellow side, but you can also just go over everything with a white pencil afterwards too, to tone it down slightly and pastelize it, because pastel colors are very hard to find in water-based markers. It is one of those things that sadly most of the sets do focus on vibrant mids, and we need really, really dark muteds and pastels, and those can be hard to find. You can sometimes find the really, really darks. Muteds are very hard to find, and pastels, they can be found, but they can be difficult, and sometimes the pastels aren't true pastels, they're still vivid pastels. But yeah, finding that range of tones to get that really, really light and really, really dark. That's why I like the sets that come in like 100, 120. I also have the Crayola Colors of the World set, and the light almond and the light tones in there, like those really, really light tones, they can be quite good for doing creams and ivories and those sort of tones. Millie Pants, hello, hello. It is a bunny. Maybe brownish, brown or brownish grey. That way you could bring the brown from the fence if you want to go with a realistic colour. Ooh, that's not a bad idea either, actually. Tie in the fence colour. Could always look up a couple of references. Anyway. Got to finish the grass first. And yes, Lisbeth, I saw your stretch comment. We're just going to finish this particular pen's work, and then We'll take a little stretchy stretch. Thank you for the reminder. Oh yeah, I like the brown bunny better. Yeah, I like the idea of actually bringing some of the fence colours in. It's a very good idea. So we did use a lot of browns in that fence, so we've got a lot of options for playing with. Okie dokie. Oh, crack goes all the bones. Right, I'm going to move bunnies to the fridge because it's quite warm in here and I don't want the chocolate to start melting. Right, where's my water bottle? I did bring it across because I was like, I'm going to need more water. I think that's it there. Okay. Are we in? We're almost 2 hours in. Should I have a page finished by now? Nah, it's fine. Pages will take as long as they take. Can't be helped. We'll just do one more where we can just go. Ooh, this one's really about disrupting the lines. Just getting another colour in. Looks like a mess, I know. Trust the process, my dears. Trust the process. Hi Amy, just noticed you're live. I had a busy Friday. You're all good. It's a bonus stream today. This is not my usual stream time. We just happened to be free and could and decided we would. Because that's how we roll sometimes. So yeah, I hope you've had a good day so far. You're working on this really cute bunny page by Teresa Goodridge. Now we get to just fill in the area with our tombos. Oh, green on the bunny. It's fine. It will actually work because I'm thinking of doing a yellow sky, so it will just look like yellow glow. Because my hands are bad. going to be lurking because I'm switching up my Crayola case. No worries. Yeah, one of the things I'm thinking of grabbing is a new case for my Polychromos Pablos and Prismacolors, because I'd like to combine my sets because I often colour with all my sets, so I want to put them in one case, which will make it difficult, I know, for if I'm ever like trying to do a colour along and it's like I'm only using Prismas here. But in all honesty, when I colour, I tend to merge sets, and I tend to use all three together, unless I'm specifically trying to do it in a way where I'm doing it for a colour along. Because different pencils have different effects, so I use them in different times, and then also if I got different sets in, I could merge them into the same set as well. I am thinking about maybe getting one of those like 480 pencil case sets. Between your water-based markers, would you say they all streak the same, or is there some that streak less than others? It's some that I would say are more streaky, yes, but the way I colour, the streaks don't matter because I work with the pen and the streakiness and embrace that texture. I would say that like the Crayola, the Faber-Castell connector pens, I feel like are more streaky. I feel like the ink, as I said before, the ink absorbs down more quickly, so it feels more like a fine liner than a felt tip marker. I probably can get the smoothest, flattest shading with the Crayola Supertips because I can use that really wide edge, and I feel like that ink sinks in the least of all the inks. So yeah. Like, if I had to only choose one set, I would do the Supertips because I can get a range of different effects with that tip, and it comes in a good range of colours. Like, legit, the Colours of the World Skin Tone set I use so frequently. But it's the easiest set to get. Where is my light grey? You are nowhere near dry enough to be doing that. And 100 colours for 50 bucks is so good. Exactly. You can't beat the value of them. And the accessibility and the value of them is a big part of what makes it my fave in terms of the water-based medium. Like the brush ones are handy, and they do make certain techniques a bit easier because you can sort of flick. But I do feel like with the side of the Crayolas, I can get a flatter colour easier. But the Crayolas aren't perfect. They are missing some colours. But we work with it. So I've got a light grey, and I'm just dulling down, especially towards the back. But we have to be careful not to oversaturate this paper. Your pages don't seem streaky, but maybe it has to do with your skills more than markers. It's a streaky string. I would have thought a brush marker would at least streaky do the Supertips. Yeah, I mean a lot of how I colour with the markers is designed to work in a way with the streakiness of the marker, so it hides the streakiness in. So for example, with these strawberries that I've done here, it just looks like the strawberries have texture, but what that is me knowing that overlapping colors is going to create, you know, like overlap. So using that to my advantage to make it look like strawberry texture. You know, like the background hills here, they're going to be streaky. It's a big open expanse. So working with it to try and make sure that we go back over the bottom halves and keep it our direction going one way, so it looks like, if you've ever seen light coming through the clouds on the hills, it just looks like light patterns from the clouds on the hill. Hiding things that way, knowing that this big expanse of grass, like that's a big area, it's going to be streaky, so we just build in lots of grass texture and make it look like it's always meant to be like that. It's meant to be grass texture. And that's why it's not so much about the markers. You need a good range of colours so you can work lots of colours together. But it's also about working with what you've got in a way to work with those streaks. Because those streaks can't be helped with water-based markers. So instead of being like, oh, my page is all streaky, work with how can I work with these markers and embrace the streaky texture. Lots of stippling. I do a lot of stippling. Why is it when putting a USB in, it's always 3 times? Like, why do you mean my first go was wrong? Yeah, like, it always does take multiple readjustments to get it in the right way. It's weird like that. Okay. So I'm thinking we do yellow for the sky up here. So keep that like really warm. And then if we're doing brown for the bunnies, something... Yeah, we could do pink for the flowers. And then yellow or a different colour for the butterflies. But we should do pink for the flowers because the flowers go up to the sky. So we're going to create slightly create a bit of a gradient. Oh, that's getting neon. Can I get away with neon? Neon would be interesting. I think I could get away with neon if I was using it as a shader for on the yellow, on the green. I'm having a bead coloring day. Hey, that's valid. Bead coloring days are just as valid. Yeah. Keep avoiding water-based markers because of the streaks. I would have to keep watching you work with them to see if it's something I can learn. Thank you for explaining. And for now I have to go. No worries, Artsy Endo. There's definitely my VOD from a couple of streams ago I would recommend watching when I'm working on the red. It's like a week ago or so. That one I would recommend watching because I definitely do go into a lot more description about how to use the markers. And yeah, if you're wanting to learn about water-based markers, I share a lot about my technique there. So that would probably be a good one to watch. But for now, you have a wonderful rest of your time zone. Thank you so much for being here. And we will hopefully catch you again another time. Now, of course I dipped my pencil in my leftover coffee. Oh my gosh, Stardust. And this is why we don't have open drinking vessels on our desk in arm's reach when we're working with something that requires water. What colour are you drinking? And what does that colour taste like? Because, you know, you got to taste a rainbow. Some extra flavour. Exactly. I'm kind of off screen here. That was really dumb of me. Pink Flamingo. I don't remember who told me it was going to be useful, but darn it is. Yeah. Pink Flamingo is very, very good. I got some chocolate hot cross buns, the last 2 packs. Nice. I feel like I'm flying through this page now. Hopefully I'll finish writing her today. That's so exciting, Cassie. Yeah, there's definitely the speed that I work with water-based markers is part of the reason. Like, I mean, y'all have seen how many pages I've done in Dark Fairytales lately. And I keep on getting the, how have you done so many pages? It's because of the water-based markers. They make it go together so quickly. And it works so well in that book because of Kerby's shading. Like, I did one in Mythic Worlds last night. And that's okay. Now, admittedly, I was tired and I was kind of rushing it, and I was just seeing out of curiosity's sake. So it's not my finest work, but I did complete basically a whole page last night. I just had to come out this morning and put some gel paint on it. That's all because I used the water-based markers. Can't wait to return to Mythomorphia with these as well. Yeah, I've got very little left in Mythomorphia to do, and I've got a different type of paper, so I would be curious to see how it works in there, but I don't know if I have any images that it would kind of work for left. Kind of need to sit down and have a look. I should sit down and do another one in there because we are very close. Very, very close to Mythomorphia being done. Here's our yellow sky. What I might do, just to lighten up this front, is I might just do a little bit of a yellow wash over the front plants and leaves. Probably won't pick up much colour, but just one of those things that helps bring it together a bit more. Alright, we want to look up a brown bunny. gosh, they're cute. That's so cute. That's so cute. Kind of actually looks like this one. Could be a good little reference. Like, it's got a very similar pose. I think we could work with that. Okay. Out for the night. All good, Shona. You have a wonderful rest of the night. Thank you so much for being here. Love the yellow sky. Yeah, we're just about finished image number 1. Like, we got a brown bunny and some pink flowers to do. And then our first image is done of the stream. Because that's how we're vibing today. We're just trying to get things done. Because I decided to start this last night. But yes, thank you so much for being here. You have a wonderful rest of your time zone. Right, so we want... That's definitely the colour for the back of the bunny. And then we definitely want some, like, of that around as well. Okay, I think we're going to work in a bit of a section here. This is going to be a bit odd. It's not normally how I would work, but we're going to have to work within the confines of our bunny. So here's some, like, darker brown, particularly concentrated towards the backside, but it's good because this brown blends well with our green, so we can use this to sort of blend into the is it grass, is it bunny area. And then we can use it to also do a little like neck definition. We have some up here. Might add in some more eye shinies in a moment. Okay, we can add in more dark, but that's kind of like the start of our dark. And then there's some areas that have a lot of golden light, particularly around here. So we want to get lots of this one in. Actually, around the top of the head, we should probably also have a bunch of the dark as well. So we could probably bring some of that in there. Yeah. I had a bunny when I was a little girl. She was green and cream, and the other was brown and white. Ooh, pretty. I'd love to have a bunny, but I imagine they're a bit of work, and I also don't know about having a bunny around here. It would need to be neutered. It would need to be neutered for sure, but there's also some wild dogs and wild cats, so it would need to also be very, very secure. But I would love a bun bun. I'd love more kitties, and I'd love a bun bun. I think bunnies also are social and need, like, it can't just be a bunny on its own. It needs to be multiple bunnies. Because otherwise it can be a bit cruel. we lived out in Farmland 101, that's kind of perfect for bunnies then. We do have a lot of bush and stuff around us, so I wouldn't be able to just leave the bunny, you know? Oh, little hairs. Oh, the little hairs. I'm gonna have to decide on how I'm gonna do the background soon. Yeah, it's a choice. Are you working on the one where the wolf is attacking Red, or the aftermath of Red? I need to actually get something for my throat, like a lollipop or something, but I don't really want candy. I can feel the throat's like, hey, we've done a lot of talking the last couple of days. It's like, yeah, we have throat. Oh, I also need to message brother and sister-in-laws and find out when we're dropping off different nibbling Easter gifts. Head. Let's see. And when see colors yellow. Ooh. Itchy, itchy, itchy. Sammy! Hello! Sort of doing both, but I'm doing the aftermath one first. Valid. Valid, valid, valid. Hi, Sammy. Welcome in, love. How are you going? So good to see you. Yeah, we want some of these colours of the world set so we can start bringing in some more pinky tones into the Bin Bin's ears. We just got severe thunderstorm warnings. That civil defense noise is so gross. Yeah. It really is. It really is. We were meant to have like severe warnings and stuff, but everything's just gone, no, it's not happening here right now. It's just humid. It's a pre-storm humidity and it's gross. Alright, let's use a bit of deep golden. We're just using a bit of everything, really. Just filling out our brown bunny with lots of different tones of browns. And then we're also going to pull out grey, which may seem strange, but that's actually going to be our blender. Because it'll act as a bit of a neutral. Except for in the ear, we are going to do light in the ear. I had to, I decided to stream today, as you can tell. Bonus stream. But, yeah, I had to set up a new scene quickly because I was like, oh, I don't have a scene for no face cam. So, I just quickly set that up. May play around with it. Alright. Looks like a mess. Trust the process. What have you been up to today, Sammy? Alright, I think I have a couple of greys and these kitty markers. And also pull across a neutral. Light golden might work. Oh, open this one on phone. Don't miss any questions. I'm trying to get you on the TV, but it's not playing nicely as a second monitor. That's okay. Just asking how you're doing and what your day was, what you've been up to, and just seeing how you are. We're all been sharing sort of like small positivities, small wins. Little glitters, I called them. I actually quite like that. I should just call it like little glitters. Share your little glitters for the day. Just those like little things that made you happy, the little positive things. Can be a big thing, but also like can be a small thing. So I don't know if you had something that happened in your life that was, I'm sure you did. And yeah, if anyone's got any other ones that they'd like to share, please feel free. Love to hear all about the positivity. Oh, I just realized Bunny's right off to the bottom. I had to go out and get a wired keyboard to try and get my desktop going and a few groceries. Proud of you for getting out and getting those things done. Your Dark Fairytales is here. Yes, perfection. Yes. Oh my gosh, what are we starting with? What are we getting into? What's our page? Not the most positive, but I put in my 2 weeks, had a stressful job, and I already feel weeks off of my shoulder. Annie, that is a positive because you recognized your mental capacity, you recognized the load and your burden capacity, and you went, nope, and you self-advocated for yourself. And I know that can make other things, but self-advocating for yourself in the sense of recognizing I am at my limit and I need to leave this situation is a huge win. And we are going to absolutely celebrate that because that is something that a lot of people struggle with. A lot of people will stick in the same old because it's easier. So I am very proud of you for getting to that point. As hard as it is, well done. Embrace it. That's a huge, huge glitter for the day. Yeah. Mum asked me to send her birthday gift idea. Might get 2 more reader books in June. Ooh, fingers crossed. Stardust. Stardust is amazing. Have you done that full glitter page yet? We might be able to do that today, Stardust. Like, that's the sort of thing we could probably pull out today. A Lulu Mayo page might be a good page to do it in because I've kind of been craving doing a Lulu. We want something simple with like wider lines. We could do a full glitter page. I have enough glitters. I have the glitters. Yeah. Some glitter. I chatted for a little while with my friend who I usually call at 6:30 every morning. They let me sleep in this morning, so I got 6 hours sleep. Yay! I started grading up grafting a sewing pattern up from its larger size to my side. So far, it's looking promising. That's awesome. So many wins. Love it, love it, love it, love it. I love seeing the positivity in chat. Because like the small things, when we start looking for the small things, we start focusing on those small little wins, those small little glitters. You know, the day becomes brighter. We become brighter because we're focusing on that. It's so easy to focus on the negative. So that's why I really encourage you all to come in here with like positivity, because I want this to be a glittery, positive, bubbly experience, because that's what I look for on the internet. So I love it when you'll come in here and like, guess what? I got out of bed today. Like, let's celebrate that. Let's celebrate all those little victories. And like, we can celebrate big ones too. Don't get me wrong, we should celebrate the big ones, but the big ones are easy to sort of recognize and go, woo, that's worth celebrating. It's the little things that can be harder to celebrate, but they're just as important to celebrate. Like how I have just about finished a page, and that's going to be worth celebrating. We've got a brown bunny. We got a brown bunny. I'm going to just add in a little bit more of the grey to a couple areas just to deepen up. So yeah, today's plan is basically whips. We're just trying to work for a bunch of whips. New book smell. Yes. Grading. I can't use double letters. That's so good, hun. So good. Gotta reboot and see if it helps with the TV detectors and monitor. I hope so. I love that new book smell. Okay. So all we got left is the flowers. Right, I think I'm pretty sure from memory this is a real pretty color. Yeah, that. I know I want to use that. That's just what can we shade around it. Oh, oh, darker. I like that. And could we go, are you, whoa, not right. Very similar. Could work. Still very much on the bright side though. What if I actually need this colour? No. Sounds weird, but actually let's get one of the skin tones but with the rose tint. Medium deep rose. Let's try that one. I think I actually like that because it ties in with like the brownie tint. That new book smell. Perfection. I told that to my boyfriend when I got my new Rita Berman book and he said nothing. But we here understand. We do. We absolutely do. There's something beautiful about that new book. Not just that new book smell, but that new book feel when it's all crisp and new and you get to crack that spine. It's just like... you're the first person to flip this book full of potential. I did it. I broke the spine. Yeah. That smell is second to the sausage sizzle. It was a good sausage sizzle. It's a good smell. Like, it helped I was starving because I actually hadn't had breakfast and that was really silly of me. But yeah, that sausage sizzle smell when you're hungry, the smell of barbecued onions, like, oh my god, did it slap. And it was actually very sensible to have one of them too, because not only did it give, you know, some fundraising funds to the people fundraising, but I had to go into the supermarket to get more coffee. And because I had that before I went into the supermarket, I wasn't completely ravenous and brought absolute rubbish. So, absolute win today, you know? We went to the supermarket and we were sensible. I brought coffee and an iced coffee because I was really craving an iced coffee. I was really craving a coffee, but it was just too hot for a coffee. And then I got the stuffed kumara for Mum and the cottage pie for me because they were on clearance. And it was good. As I said, it was another little glitter that I could actually have the funds on hand to treat my mum to. Yeah, it wasn't much, but it was nice to actually have the funds on hand to be able to do that. Treat her. I'm kind of hoping, if she's not lurking in stream, No, cute mum Tammy here. I gotta make sure I also make her like, you know, I should give her a diamond. You know, she's a VIP. She's my mum. But yeah, hopefully I'll take her to a cafe soon at some point too. She deserves a trip out. I'm gonna eat and do some self-care time. Wish you all a good time zone and see you soon. Stardust, very proud of you for doing the self-cares. Oli araha to you, lovely. You got this. You have a wonderful time zone too. Does Kerby still do UK and US versions? Absolutely. These also, I think, sometimes like French versions and other language versions as well. But yeah, definitely US, UK. So I'm not hungry, but I am starting to get a little peckish, and it is 2:30, so I had the cottage pie at like 11, so I might, once we finish this, because we're getting pretty close to finishing this. Oh, we've still got a little bit, but I might take a little break and go heat up some hot cross buns. I'll have to take a bathroom break soon anyway. But it's not like right this instant. We got a little bit left to go. Make sure I'm actually in frame. This book is stunning. I'm a little intimidated. Yeah. It looks scary at first. It does, but honestly, I feel like Kerby's gone even harder with his shading in this one, so it's even easier breaking it down bit by bit. I just always do what Amy says and start with what I know, bit by bit it comes together. Exactly. Like, if it looks overwhelming, you're not sure where to start with what you know. Trees are green, sky is blue, grass is green, like, you know, the tree trunk is brown. Just find something that you're like, I know. Red Riding Hood's cloak is red. I'm not saying you have to do this every time, but it is really good if you don't know where to start with something like that and then go from there. Now, I know technically strawberries, like the little flowers, are white, but I don't want to do white flowers. I wanted to do pink flowers. And that's what we did, because we can. Yay, you're on TV now. Yay, I'm on the big screen. I'm on the big screen. Right, I put away that colour and it's like I still need to check that I actually got everywhere. Okay, so we've got some buns. Not buns, we've got butterflies in the centre of the flowers. Which I'm actually thinking I might just pull out glitter for the centre of the flowers. I have to be real careful not to get it on the marker though, which could be quite dangerous. And I can't pull out the hairdryer to start drying it immediately so it can't bleed everywhere. So actually no, that's not a good idea because it's not going to be contained. There's a page I love. It's a Sinbad the Sailor 2-page spread. It's a gorgeous spread. It's a gorgeous spread. Perfection. I understand why you like it. Let's just pull out. Yeah, so we're going to do just like a dark purple center, which isn't as exciting, but it's a bit safer than with the gel pens, with the glitter glues. Now I might be able to pull out something with the gel pens, but also I think that little pop of purple will be quite lovely. And then it does also give us a butterfly color as well. Yes, there is a new Rita Berman book coming out, Brittany. It looks like it's circus themed. And I've been seeing that do the rounds in quite a few places this morning. Alright, done. We might go in with some gel pens or something, but basically we're done. Where are my gel pens? Are they nearby? Because that'll make a difference whether or not we go in. These are nearby. These are the Kmart glitter brush markers. Let's add, because these do lay on top of water-based marker. and don't spread. So let's add a little touch of glitter. It's probably not even all that seeable. I think you're red. You are red. You're not what I want. What about you? You're bright pink. You'll do. Ooh, you're bright pink. You're turning out gold. That's okay. Seriously, I'm going to have to get some more of these Kmart brush markers because they are running out. No, I'm not alone in that. When they run out and are no longer stocked, I'm going to be very sad because they are great little brush markers. Not the most glittery, but they do the job for the brush you pay. Some very cheap glitter brush markers. Those look similar to the Oahu glitter markers. Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if it is the exact same product and I've just gone over it and put a generic brand name on it. Wouldn't surprise me at all. These ones are just from Kmart. It's like $5.50 for a 4-pack, and they come in like the blue pack, the green pack, the purple pack, the pink pack. And for the price you pay, they're pretty reasonable little markers. They're not perfect, but they are cute, they are fun. They do add a good little touch of glitter if you want it. You're almost done and he's not blue. Yeah. So yeah, it's just like a little shimmery, but it just adds that little more touch. It adds a little bit of golden to our purple, which actually ties it in better with our golden sun. So I just need to take a brown and we're just gonna colour in these entirely. And then I need a very fine green. I'm just going to clean up a couple of edges that I missed in here, and most notably this whole stem here that I missed, because I do miss things. Yeah, I've heard that the Wink of Stella and the Spectrum Noir ones are good, but I don't think I've found them locally yet. But I have to do another look. Like, you know, I'll go on these hunts for things and then I'll find it, or I won't find it, and then I'll wait a little while and I'll go for another hunt. But there we go. We could technically put seeds on our little strawberries. It's really the only thing that's kind of left. Hello, new Twitch follower. Welcome in. Feel free to say hi if you want to say hi. Feel free to lurk in the chat if you're more comfortable in the chat. But I appreciate you being here. Welcome in. And thank you so much for following. Alright, usual deal. We clean up our markers. First spread of Bluebird. Nice, perfection. Octavia L'Oreal. Hello. I hope I pronounced your name right. Kia ora. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day so far. We have just completed our first page of today's chaos. I thought I had like a burnt red brown bundle. It could be. I kind of need to sit down and resort out all my marker bundles again because everything's getting a little... Oh, there we go. It's like, hang on, I'm missing some markers too. You could... for lack of ease, the lack of knowing, you're just all going to go together for now. Sort it out later. This page looks so good. What book is this? This is Summer Scenes by Teresa Goodridge. It is a very old Teresa Goodridge. By Creative Haven, 2016. And the great thing about Dover books is they often put up sample images for all their books. So if you find the listing for their thing, often they will do sample pages. They may not for this one because it is an older one. That's not what I want. Details. No. Okay, so not so much for this one because it is an older Teresa Goodridge, but if you go to the newer Teresa Goodridge, they do put out sample images that you can download and print and colour in. So if you need lots and lots of free pages, head to Dover's website. Fantastic place to get lots of freebies. But yeah, we are all done. It's a perfect little Easter page. So now what we do is we take out our little tester sheet. We put our book somewhere to be safely out of the way to dry. Even though it's water-based markers and it's practically dry, I like to give it a little bit longer, especially because we added in those glitter markers. So we go to our colouring tracker sheet. We put away the red pens that we forgot to put away. We grab our biro and our highlighter, and we find Summer Scenes Bunny Strawberry. It is the 19th of 4th. It was water-based markers, and then we also used glitter brush pens. Then we go and colour that in, and then I know that page is done. And then I can see from my marking it's a new book, so I'll come over here, move the post-it that keeps on falling off, find Summer Scenes in all my books that have come in this month, and highlight it to let me know that I have worked in that, because I like to try and work in books on the month that they arrive. So yeah, that's another page knocked off the list. The whip list is going down. Right, next page, which is kind of perfect because I know 2 of you are working in this book right now. It's time for some Dark Fairytales. This is Dark Fairytales by Kerby Rosanes. If you haven't seen this already, I love this book. I have done so much in this book already. It's been out for what? I've had this book for a week. I've had this book for just over a week, and I have done a double page spread, a single page, 2 single pages, double page spread, and now we're working on our next double page spread. So yeah, I've done a lot in here already, but again, part of that is just because the super tips speed things up a lot. Now, when we were looking at our greens before, there was this really cool grayish green, and I really want to use that color for all the fawns on here, but it's going to be, can I find shading things to shade with? And I think we're going to be like, it's a bit of an odd color to try and shade with, but we might find something. You're all too blue. Okay, you're not bad actually. Oh no, you're still on the too blue side. Alright, let's pull out greys. So glad I found your stream. I've been looking for colouring streams, but there haven't been many. Oh, so Octavia, I don't normally stream today, but I am a colouring stream. So yes, you found me, you found a colouring stream. And then because you found me, we're going to start shouting out some people, because I will point you towards a bunch of colouring streams, like the gorgeous Cassie that is in chat right now. So Cassie does play video games, but is also a colouring stream here on Twitch. So fully recommend you hit that heart if it is hollow. So Cassie is Aussie. Don't hold that against them. Kidding. But streams a bit later at night for me. I'm based in Aotearoa, New Zealand. So it's my Saturday at the moment. Oi, watch it, mate. But yeah. So that's the first one we'll link. We've got a few colorists in our chat that hang out and vibe as well. So, you know, you just stick with us and we'll point you in all the right directions. I feel like all these greys are going to be neutral greys, so none of those are going to work. And just so you know, Octavia, I also dual stream, so I'm also live on YouTube at the moment too. So you may occasionally see me chatting to peeps who you're like, I don't see that name in chat, but up here, this chat here combines both of our chats together. So we will merge you together, so we can merge the chats together so that you can say hi across platforms. No matter where you feel comfy. I don't know words anymore. Right, that is a perfect colour to go with this. So we've got that. And then that. So that's like a smoky grey. And then if I get a dark grey, we're actually going to have the right vibe. Yeah, Perfection's also an Aussie. I didn't realise you didn't realise that Cassie was. Cassie also works at one of our favourite stores, Perfection. So, you know that store that we tend to spend too much at, that has the glitter markers we like? Yeah, that store. So yeah, I work in the promised land. Try not to dox you. Not really, but I know you've talked about it online, but also yeah. But yeah, what I was going to ask, Octavia, do you like to colour? Do you stream colouring? Do you have like an Instagram that you want to drop? Anything like that? Like, we are all about sharing the colouring love here, and I love it when people play the art tag. So if you want to like drop an Instagram or anything, if you've got an Instagram, I would love to see if you do colouring. Right, grey. That's what I was looking for. This is why I have greys in front of me. Oh, way too dark. Way too blue. It's like Goldilocks and the Three Bears. I need the perfect one. Actually, perfect. Green undertone. Excellent. So we're going to do some sort of like greyish green vines, but I think that's going to look really cool actually. And I'll keep those greys out because that'll work for the tower too. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh yes, I was going to take a break. I'm sorry. I got distracted by the fact that like Cassie and Perfection might be neighbours. And I don't just mean the Australian TV show Neighbours. I used to stream cozy games ages ago, but I got a bit overwhelmed and stopped. I just colour on my own at home to relax and de-stress. That is perfect, Octavia. Like, honestly, that is the mood. We have a lot of people here who just hang out as they colour as well. So absolutely feel free. But yeah, I'm glad you're here and I'm glad you stumbled across us. Technically, we are also neighbours, just across a ditch. True. A little bit further to go from Aotearoa to Australia than within a state. Right. Now, you are correct. I was going to make a coffee and get a hot cross bun. I am unfortunately in the USA. You are quite alright, Octavia. You are more than fine. I actually stream at quite a good time for the USA peeps. So my regular streams are yesterday at, oh god, time math, 6 hours ago. 9 a.m. New Zealand time on Tuesdays, Fridays, and Sundays are my regular streams. So I will be streaming again tomorrow at 9 a.m. as well. But yeah, I tend to stream Tuesday, Fridays and Sundays, New Zealand time, 9 a.m, which means for a lot of stateside friends, I'm streaming afternoons, Monday, Thursday, and Saturday. So, yeah. I'm an hour or so away from Sydney. Oh my gosh! Okay. Like, the two of you, please be careful to not dox yourself on the internet. But also, I love the fact that you're two, like... So, I've been in Twitch before and discovered someone who was 3 blocks away from me. And it was like that subtle... So if you're, like, you know where the clock tower is? I'm about 3 blocks that way towards the mountain. Like, trying to explain it like that. This is great time where I'm at. I just got home from work not too long ago. Perfect timing then. Perfect timing. Oh, I love it. I didn't actually realize, like, I knew you were both Australia. I did not realize you were so close, the two of you. So we're going to start by starting with our dark and shading in our darkest darks. The husband surprised me with cake. Oh, good job, husband. That's an okay husband. We like that. We like that. It's fantastic. So what are you colouring at the moment, Octavia? If you've just gotten home, you might not be ready to start colouring, but do you have something that you're working on at the moment? And do you like to, do you have a certain media or a certain illustrator you like to colour, or even a certain topic, or just even like something that you want to explore in colouring? Okay, so Perfection and Cassie may be literal neighbours. Pencil butter! Hello, lovely. Guess what, PB? Guess what? After I don't know how long, my precious C920, the camera that started it all, that I spent ages saving up for after you recommended as the starting art camera, it finally died. My face cam died. I mean, that baby's been alive for 10 years, so we can let it be. But my face cam died. I'm working on a page in Fairy Fuzz by Anna Amelia at the moment. Ooh, that sounds lovely. Fairy Fuzz. I'm going to have to look that one up. Kevin Cupcake. Hello. Welcome in. How are you going today? Yeah, it bit the bullet last night, and I was hoping that would stop all the USB dropout things that happen. It is not. So, still can't figure out why my computer decides to kick every USB device all at once. But, yeah. But it's okay. I'm going to get a replacement sorted, and we'll just get a new face cam. Again, it's been 10 plus years with the baby, so it's understandable that it's kind of done its dash. I didn't even realize it was dying. Doing good here, thanks. I'm eating cake. You are the second person in here with cake, cupcake, because Octavia also has cake. I also have cake in the fridge, so now I'm like, do I need to get cake? You need coffee and snackies? Yeah, I'm like, do I need to get coffee and snackies? Yeah, I missed some chat because chat. I'm on my second C920, but it isn't being used anytime soon. Fingers crossed, BB. Fingers crossed that we get back to it. Mainly use markers, but I'm exploring watercolor and colored pencil. Yes. Oh, that's your husband. Kevin Cupcake is Octavia. Oh, that's so cute. Oh, I love that you two came in together. Thank you so much. I need to cake some yarn. Can you join the cake club? You absolutely can. We support all forms of cake here. All cake is valid cake. Now, it will be a little disappointing if you invite someone over for tea and cake and you give them tea and a ball of yarn. So, you know, make clear it is non-edible cake, but we support your cake. Because cake. The vibe here is a lot of fun. I try to keep it fun. It should be. Like, colouring is just a good, peaceful, relaxing hobby. But it also can be really fun. One of the things with streaming I really try to do is, you know, streaming is my wellness activity. It is how I keep myself mentally positive, and as such, when we stream, we really try to focus on creating like a glittery, bubbly, iridescent little safety bubble on the internet. So I really try to focus on safety, so we keep things very, very PG here, but that's what I need. Because safety for you as viewers, but also safety for you as a streamer. But then we also just, you know, I think sometimes we just need a glittery little escape on the internet. And one of the things we're talking about today is actually glitters. That's what I've decided we're going to call it. We're going to call it glitters. It's very appropriate. We were talking about small little things, small little positive moments in our day. Because you look enough, if you find enough little positive moments in your day, the day becomes better and brighter. And even if you're having a bad day, like, you can have one bad thing happen, but find 10 little glitters, and then suddenly the bad day's not so bad. So it can be like small things, like there was a really delicious sausage chisel this morning, and I got a yummy sausage, good old sausage and snag. Cake is a very positive thing. It can be, you know, you had a day where things went too bad, or you just felt like smiling today. It can be small wins, it could be big wins, but we focus on finding the glitters. So if you have any glitters that you'd like to share in chat, I would love to see it, because I'm loving seeing all these little positive moments that we've been sharing. I've had some beautiful glitters today. We had a very kind soul who heard about the camera situation and donated to the colouring fund so that I can replace the camera ASAP, so I can be back on camera. Because I guess you'll really like my face or something. It means a lot, though. It really means a lot. But that's a huge glitter. That's like multiple piles of glitter. Cake club, yeah. I know people would prefer the yarn cake. It's very true, pizza butter. There are people who would prefer the yarn cake, and you know, if I've had a lot of sweets already that day, I would prefer a yarn cake, especially with the cost of yarn these days. Like, if somebody came to me and said, I couldn't buy you a birthday cake, but here's a yarn cake, I'd be like, actually, that's a really good present, particularly if it's like a really beautiful skein of yarn that I can do all the different things with. I'm a music teacher to a whole school kids, and the kids were so sweet today. We had lots of fun drumming, singing, dancing, and playing marimbas. I hope I pronounced it right. Definitely some glitter after a tough week. I love, love, love that. Kids can be both the strongest giver of glitter and the strongest taker away, but I love that so much. I'm also a big kid person, so yes. It sounds so fun. It sounds like the sort of thing my nibblings would very much enjoy going to. Look at that cupcakes emotes. I should also give you my cupcake emotes, Sammy, since we don't use emotes anymore. Except for me, I still have all my emotes from when I did have emotes. Ha 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 ha. The secret emotes. But yes, I know I've still got to get you my glitter heart one. I haven't even looked at recoloring it for you. My sister is a music teacher for the same age range. Her kids are literal demons of super. Oh, talk about opposites. Oh, I'm glad the kids were sweet. That is so perfect. So yeah, I quite like this green color actually. Like, it's a real grey green. It's a real muted color, but I think it goes really well with our vibrant red here. And then I just have to figure out what color we're doing in the background. And my brain is actually screaming at me purple right now. If we just do a plain purple for the background, because purple and orange is also a really good combo. But one thing I do need to do, I need to find those colors, because as I'm coloring, I'm finding little areas that I forgot to color in. So I need to leave those colors nearby that I can top up colors if need be. We're in Washington State. Close to the... Oh, you're... Yes, thank you for shouting out bye. I was going to say bye is in Washington State. I'm sure bye is in Washington State, right? I'm guessing that's why you're shouted out bye. I get very confused also with the states. And I'm like, I know... It's like... PB, Vi, Smalt, Canada. It's kind of how I think it is. I don't know. The states are confusing, y'all. It's too big. I live on a tiny island. It's like we have the North Island, the South Island, and then there's a little island at the bottom. Like, you know. The idea that there are people who have lived in the States, and because they're so landlocked and they've just never traveled out of state, they've never seen the ocean. Like, mind-boggling to me. Because of course where I live, like, it is very close to the ocean. The region that I live in, you can ski and surf in the same day. It's literally 2 hours between them, so you can go skiing and then you can jump off your skis, head down the mountain, and 2 hours later you're at the beach and you can go snowboard, or you can go surfing. You need someone in Southern California and you have all 4 corners. Ah. So when I do my great state tour, I'm sure there is in the colouring community. I guarantee there is, because I know there's a few peeps all over the place. And we've got a few Canadian peeps over there too. And yeah, I basically, when I eventually, because I would like to, yeah, okay, maybe not right now, but I would like to do a bit of a trip around the States and Japan, but like go to a few states and visit a few peeps, or you know, it would be hard though, because it's not like you could just go to a state and see all the people in there, because you know, going to one state isn't going to cover everybody, because your states are bigger than my country. So it's like, it would have to take some planning to sort of figure out, okay, what's the most central point for these areas. I mean, there would be people I would go directly to their town to meet because, you know, long-term friends and stuff, but there's a lot of people I'd want to catch up with. Yeah. I got hot coffee and hot cross buns. I was going to do coffee and hot cross buns. I will do coffee and hot cross buns in a moment. I've gotten distracted, and that's okay. I couldn't imagine living away from the ocean or water, live close to the water my whole life. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I can't imagine 15 minutes. Yeah, Sammy, it's the same. I can't, like, you can live in areas of New Zealand where you do have to spend a while to travel to the ocean, but yeah, I can't imagine living somewhere where it's a huge distance to get to the ocean. I miss living closer to the coast. I was about an hour away from the Gulf. Now it's like 2.5. Yeah. It's quite a distance now. It's almost stretch time anyway. Thank you, Lizbeth. Yes, it is. It is definitely some stretchy times. We've just done a shout out for Vi. Vi is a gorgeous, I should actually say who I'm shouting out here. Vi is a gorgeous, gorgeous streamer here on Twitch. Mostly does game streams. Maybe doing a colouring stream with me because I convince everybody to colour. Because I'm like an influencer or something. Something rubbish like that. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, y'all. But gorgeous, gorgeous soul. Just cannot recommend enough for Vi. And then because I can do it this way, Octavia, we're going to Pencil Butter. Our wonderful Pencil Butter in chat here is not a colorist, but an illustrator who also has their own colouring lines, by the way, that you can buy if you weren't aware. But the skill work that PB does with markers is just phenomenal. And you should definitely check out their Instagram. We are hopeful to get PB back streaming soon, but there is caveats to that. But at the very least, hit up PB's Instagram. I had PB on stream as a friend last week, so yeah. And then we will also do clicking all the buttons. Alright, I need to do it this way for Perfection, because Perfection is also a colorist here on the channel, who's hanging out in chat. I'm starting with those that are hanging out in chat, Octavia, so I don't overwhelm you. And then we'll start dropping some names of colorists who aren't in chat as well. Nope. There's Perfection. Copy. Right, Perfection puts up shorts of their colouring on YouTube. Here's their YouTube link from my YouTube friends. Here's Perfection's link if you ever want to check out Perfection. Perfection works in gel pens, and specifically glitter gel pens as well. It's a fantastic vibe, and it's so pretty. So yeah, Perfection doesn't stream, but you can check out some shorts and Instagram and stuff like that too, which I believe is all linked from Perfection's YouTube channel. Pencil Butter is an excellent name. Yes, it is. We used to joke a lot. Pencil Butter and I have been friends for like 10 plus years now. We used to joke about how I was the pencil illustrator, but Pencil Butter has the name Pencil Butter. But I can't imagine Pencil Butter not being Pencil Butter. Because, you know, it's Pencil Butter. Yeah. It's a bit obsolete because I don't really ever touch a pencil, and I haven't in years. Yeah. But you still use a little bit of pencil for like sometimes doing highlight effects or stuff like that. Although you do use a lot more not gel pens, like acrylic pens and stuff like that now too. You know, the style's changed. You use a digital pencil for when you draw digitally. It's still a cute name though, so that's the main thing. Yeah, Perfection has a YouTube. You switched to gouache? Okay, so you're entirely gouache now for all highlights. So yeah, very little, no pencil basically. Just Apple pencil. Yeah, there you go. You use an Apple pencil. That's where it comes from. And wasn't your tagline for a while like 2% real pencil? Which kind of tracks with the colouring. If you're like, you know, you mostly don't use pencil, you're now 2% pencil. 2% real pencil. we were looking through some stuff last night, and I found a few folders and things like that. For those that haven't seen, this is some of Pencil Butter's art. So this one is a print, but this is an original. It is absolutely gorgeous. Like, I know it's an older piece, but I still love it. I need to get, well, I can't put art on the walls anymore, but I've got a folder that I'm putting all my prints and stuff into, and that one needs to live in there. But yeah, Jester Lavore from Critical Role, if you weren't aware. So good. And then, because I had the folder, I found this folder, which has these original pieces, which is things that I commissioned from PB quite a few years ago for my D&D campaign for some of the deities. Yeah. Would you believe I even forgot I gave that one to you? So there, look, washi tape. PB's the one that taught me about washi tape, for those that wondered about washi tape for clothes. PB. I love the Dragonborn. And then that's just something else that goes with it, so that just lives with it. And then look, I found the rest of the colouring lines from the Patreon and some of the prints. So yeah. So I've got all these things by PB that I also need to colour as well. Oh, the colouring. Ha 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 ha. Washi is love. Washi is life. It's so good. So good. Anyway. Oh. Hello. Welcome in, Jester and Raiders. In true tradition, we're having our friend Jester join us. And I was just about to go and take a break. I've been saying for the last 20 minutes that I was going to go and take a break. I just want to go to the bathroom and make a cup of coffee. It wasn't so bad before. It was just going to be a cup of coffee. But now it's getting to the point where it's like, I might also need to go to the bathroom. So in true tradition of the channel, somebody arrives in right as we're going to take a break, and I would normally, again, try to delay a bit longer, but we're getting to the point where I've really got to go to the bathroom. So we are going to take a break, and I'm so sorry, Jester, that you've raided in, and then we're going to take a break. So thank you so much. Rambley Court Jester is a streamer here on Twitch that plays Cozy Comfy games. No, it's all good. I was in a VR on a break. Sounds good. Perfect. Yeah, I was going to say, if you need to do a raid and fade or a raid and self-care, all good. So you can absolutely join us in doing this raid and self-care. So we are just going to take a couple minutes here. Fully encourage you to also hydrate, stretch, grab your meds, grab a snack. I'm grabbing hot cross buns and a coffee. You know, take a couple minutes to set yourself up so that for the next hour or so, you're feeling good and cozy. I will see you all shortly. If that one, ignore those words. That was from yesterday. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. I got some hot cross buns. Food! Yeah. I love hot cross buns because they're basically cinnamon bread. And cinnamon bread is yummy. Oh, it's so hot. I just wish the storm would break. It just needs to start bucketing down. Like, it doesn't feel like winter. It shouldn't be this in winter. Okay. Never had them, but they do look delicious. Yeah, they're basically just like cinnamon mixed spice and like sultanoed raisins. Just in a bread roll. Sounds weird in concept, but quite tasty. I like them. But I like cinnamon bread, so. I think it's a motherboard. Oh, it looks up in the same BIOS. It looks up in the BIOS, same as Windows. Oh no. And their motherboard's not that old. Is it still under warranty? Can you... How much stuff are you going to lose because the motherboard's gone? I'm sorry, Sammy. You won't lose anything? Oh, because it's on the hard drive, not the motherboard. They're different. That's right. The hard drive is the brain where all the stuff lives. The motherboard is the central nervous system that tells the computer to do stuff. Oh, there's a section of hair that I forgot to do. Yeah, like that. Okay. Oh, it's 13 months into a 3-year warranty. Okay, so you're under warranty at least. Still, shouldn't be happening, but... Food will be ready in 21 minutes. Heck yeah. No, I remember learning hot cross bun on the recorder. I remember. But I'm also old, so I don't know if this generation. But I remember it. No, recorder. Back in the day. Oh, now I get to teach it, so it really haunts you. Oh my goodness. It shouldn't be happening, but I also have another motherboard in Gisborne which I could patch and use, but anyway I go, I need it fixed by the 28th. You do. Oh boy. Oh dear. I wish I could help, but I mean, I am very much A, not the technical person, and B, I don't have motherboards. I barely have a computer. I have a laptop. I press a button. It does the thing. It's doing weird things with USBs, and I don't understand it. So I don't even know how functional of a computer it is. But it does the things. I'd come up there and let you use my computer. You wouldn't be able to do any of your fancy stuff, but you could, like, do a stream. I get to hear about some of the squeaking noises. Also learned it in school, perfection. Yeah. Anyone who didn't learn it on recorder has not lived. It's like a rite of passage. It is. Like, it's, you just have to. You just have to. It's part and parcel. Oh, we haven't had any bleed through issues with our vines yet. Now, I also have a hot black coffee here. Normally, every time we have a black coffee on the channel, we also do a Tim Tam Slam. However, because I had that cream egg earlier, I am, like, sugared out. I mean, I know hot cross buns are a little sweet, but they're not as sweet as a Tim Tam. And so, I'm not going to do a Tim Tam Slam today, because I don't want to feel sick from eating too much sugar. Do you have a favourite page or book you've coloured? Ooh. One of my favourite illustrators is Kerby Rosanes, who I'm currently colouring. This is his newest book, Dark Fairytales. Kerby has always had a very special place in my heart because his book, Mythomorphia, was one of my first adult colouring books. And it is one of my most completed books. I've done a lot of Mythomorphia, so I do like Mythomorphia. I wouldn't put it as one of my all-time favorite books. I think it's just an emotional book for me. So there's an emotional attachment. Like if somebody was starting off and they were like, which Kerby should I get? My first port of call wouldn't necessarily be Mythomorphia. But I do love that book because I have that emotional attachment for me. So Mythomorphia is pretty special for me. Yeah, I love Naoko Neko, Story of Precious Cats. And if you need me to write any of these titles down, let me know. But yeah, Naoko Neko, Story of Precious Cats is absolutely one of my favorite books. It's one of the books that I can see myself colouring every single page. It follows two sisters that are cats and their little baby brother and their friend around town, and it's basically cats doing people things. I really love colouring animals doing people things, I've realised. In terms of pages, there's a couple of them. So this one here, this was my first ever YouTube video, going back to YouTube with colouring, and I was pretty pleased with that one. Like, I really like that one. So that one was pretty special just because it was like the first one back on YouTube. I have like these different ones for different reasons. I have this one that's original line art by PB. I freaking love this one. I was so proud of how I coloured this one and with PB's lines. And I loved the colours that I got into it so much. So, and I think that was the first time I used like a ton of stickles in the background, and it's just like, yes, yes, yes. So I really love that one. This one has always had a bit of a special place in my heart. This image is huge. Bear with me. This is from Sarah Richter. I coloured it in the Creatures of the Night Colouring Heaven special. But this is the first time that I really focused on trying to make gold without using just like gold metallic ink or anything like that. And so I used polychromos pencils and on top of alcohol markers to like try and create gold, but also trying to light this with the candles as my only light source. Now it's not perfect and I can reflect on it now and see areas that need improvement. But at the time I was super duper proud of how I achieved this one. So still really love that one. No, Brittany, the full colouring page is from Tarot Colouring. I think it's Tarot Colouring by Alexis E. Thompson. I will find you. Give me 2 seconds. I'll find the official name. Yeah, Tarot Colouring by Alexis E. Thompson. And then there's one other. I'm just trying to see if I actually have a photo of it, which I thought I did. I'm trying to look for Waterworld. Waterworld is pretty cool. I do. Underwater World. Take you off. So this one here. This was an absolute labour of love. We did this one on stream over so long. One of the suggestions I actually had from Sammy was, rather than just doing a blue gradient up in the background, could I like draw it as if there was a sun setting on top of the water, so you got the sun rays and the sunset. So I added in that sky, the sun setting on top and the top of the water, and trying to reproduce that effect. And I was really pleased with it at the time because it took, I mean, this page took so long. There's so many details on it, but I was really happy about how that turned out. You better show the mythographic page. Which mythographic page am I showing? I have done a lot of mythographic pages. Yeah, it's hard to pick one. I have been colouring for quite a few years now. A lot of my favorite pages are more associated with the attachment around it. Murphy's Law. That's one of my favorites. Speaking of attachment around it. Oh my gosh, do I have a picture of Murphy's Law? The fox one you did with B? Oh, yep, my buddy with Colouring Bumblebee. Alright, let me pull up my Instagram because I'm going to have to do it that way. Welcome to my Instagram. Right. Yeah. It might be easier just to go through my Instagram. This is Naoko Neko, by the way. This is like a page from Naoko Neko of these gorgeous little kitties. They're pretending to play pirates here. Such a good book. Alright. How far back do I need to go? Did I even post these things? I would have posted the Bumblebee, the one with Colouring Bumblebee. Murphy's Law was quite a while ago. It absolutely is Octavia. You can also... Sorry, apologies. There you go. Digging through, this is all mermaid. There's the fox. So this one here, this is definitely one of my favorites as well. And then what I want to find, like this one was cool because this was done over my birthday weekend. So again, lots of really cool memories from stream that day. You can see there's a couple of clips here relating to it. Look at all the things. 77 art cards, 28 photo prints, and 1 colouring book gifted over 44 hours of streams over 5 days. That was all the giveaways from my birthday. I gave so much stuff away during my birthday stream. It was so fun. Right, it's Christmas. We want Halloween. Here it is here. This one here. This was 88 hours of work. This was so much work to do this spread. I didn't base it. I worked directly on it with pencil. So it took forever. But the fun thing about this one was that as we were colouring it, Chat and I were coming up with a story of what was happening with these characters. So it became like this murder mystery plot line. And so the owl picture here, this is Sir Bobbington III. This is his house, but notice how the candles, they glow around the picture frame, but they also appear to glow on him like it's actually a portal and he's in the portal, because he is. This is a portal that he's hiding in because he's secretly watching, because they're trying to set up one of the characters for murder. I think our squirrels were the investigator, and then our ducks were sisters and they were witches, and one of these was like these two, the puppy and the cat, one of them was named Huxley. I'll have to find the video, but they were like the buddy cop, like the goofy comedy characters. We had this whole storyline going about this murder mystery magic poisoning event happening at this party. It was really fun. So it went from being a colouring page to a whole movie plotline. Alright, so we go back here. You might have found your link on your Twitch page. Thank. Yay. Love the kitty book. Yeah, Naoko Neko is really a gorgeous book. It's one of the... In fact, I'll pull it out because it is also on our whip list today. I do need to get back to it. So this is it here. Now I believe you can find it on Amazon. I ordered it from Etsy at the time. I know you can order it from Amazon Japan, but I think you can actually order it from like Amazon America and a couple of other ones as well. But yeah, it's Naoko Neko, Story of Precious Cats. And it's absolutely gorgeous. It is. If you like colouring cutesy animals, in particular cats. So these are our characters here. I pre-established my characters because I wanted to have like the same colours throughout because it follows a story. So we've got the sisters of Pupuri and Pepino here. And their little brother Cheeto. And then Tom the baker cat. And then Daisy their grandma. And then Heek their friend. Speaking of cat, guess who's come a-visiting? Hi, Shadow. Come on. Come on, baby. Hey, you woke up. Yeah, you want upsies? You want upsies? You're going to have to come a little closer if you want upsies, because I can't reach you over there. Oh. Finally found it on Amazon Australia. It's $34 plus 13 shipping. I think I paid 17 or 18, but I did pay like 65 shipping at the time. But I was getting other books, so the shipping wasn't like all for that one book. I think I got like 3 or 4 books at the time. So yeah, this is Shadow. This is a little troublemaker. He's up here for one reason and one reason only. You're gonna let me get them out of the bag? Yeah, that's valid. I really recommend Pompadour. I can find you the link, and I know they have it on there for, I think it's like $17. The shipping, $17 for me. Pompadour. They are on Etsy, but you can go to their website directly, and I've always had really good reception with them. So, this is Pompadour. They have a whole colouring book section. I'll grab that link for you. Copy. Paste. You're not going over there, Shadow. I know, there's not a lot of room for you on the desk today. Actually, you know what we'll do? If you sort it low to high, because it is one of the cheaper ones. So sort it low to high, and it should be on page 2, I believe. Yeah, here it is here. Naoko Neko Cat's colouring book. Shadow, not over there. Come here. Come here. I know. You want to go exploring, but not today. You'll destroy the desk. So yeah, $17 New Zealand for me on here, but the shipping is quite a bit. It does ship from Japan though, but it could be different shipping to the States. But yeah, really recommend Pompadour. Absolutely lovely. Always had a really good service from them. Right, you gonna settle down? Yeah? You gonna settle on me? I can't show you all settling on me today because of not having face cam. My cat Beans like to try and eat my pencils while I'm colouring. Yes. Shadow loves to try and dip his tail into the paint and paint along with us. Right. Whoa, you're molting. Right, you need to find a place because you can't settle up here. There's too much stuff on the desk today. So I've got stuff everywhere and I'm trying to do a lot of stuff. So I'm so sorry, but you can't stay up here today. And it's too hot to have you sitting on my shoulder all day, and I need my arms. So I'm very sorry, but you're going to have to be kicked off. You're going to have to go down. I know, you can give me all the head boops you like, but you're going to have to go down to the ground. Okay? Would you like to jump yourself, or am I going to have to put you down on the ground? Are you playing King of the Castle and just completely ignoring me? I know chat loves you, but also we can't show you properly on camera today because we don't have the face cam. So, you know, it's like you're not even here. Yeah. Okay. He conceded. To the ground. Now we just get rid of all the cat hair. Oh, good perfection. Enjoy your look. He is an artist. The problem is that an artist knows you've got to clean your tools thoroughly, and he really hates it when I clean his tail when he's dipped it into my acrylic paint. Luckily, I have a blanket hoodie that when I wear it, when it's cold enough, it's obviously not cold enough today because for some reason we're in some sort of heat surge. When I wear it, it's like got a kangaroo pouch, and he can actually sit in the kangaroo pouch, and that's really good because it keeps him contained. Right, I need to charge my phone because I'm on 10%. Phone be dying. Okay. Right, now our distractions are done. But don't worry, we'll get distracted again very, very soon. It happens quite frequently. And then we go back to here and we re-bring in our camera. And then I have to try and remember... No, it's the other one first. Right, I'm pretty sure I've done all the grey. Then we do our first grey green, and then we just have to do one more grey green. Also, Lisbeth, hello, hello. I missed your message. I'm so sorry, but welcome back. Things happen quickly with the markers. That's why I love colouring in them. Okay, so I hope you're doing well with them. Cassie is using Supertips for the first time in this book. And hopefully understanding the magic of why I love just colouring with Supertips. I love my fancy art supplies. I love all my pencils. But sometimes I just freaking love colouring with Supertips. Gosh, you'd think it's summer with the way the temperature is in here right now. I returned. I was just on the phone to Mum. No worries. I'm loving them. I'll send you a pic soon because I need help with this background, I think. No worries. I'd love to see how you're progressing. Just filling out the trees, leaves and all that. Yeah, there's a lot of trees and leaves on that one. Just like there's a lot of hair on this one. So once we've done this vine though, I'm going to switch back over to the other half. And I think what we'll do is we'll colour in the castle, and then we'll use the light grey that we've used for the vines here to be our all over colour for the castle, plus it can be our starting colour for the vines. So it'll tie the two together. It's kind of what I'm thinking. We'll see if it works. Whee, excuse me. It won't be as late of a stream today because I'm a little exhausted from errands earlier, and we've got regular stream tomorrow, so I don't want to also overexert myself, but it'd be nice if we could. I don't somehow think we're going to get a second page finished. It would be nice if we could finish this, but it'll take a lot. I mean, it's possible. It is pretty quick. Like, I could see actually finishing this page if I decide on the colours for the saucer and the prince, but oi, 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 oi. I agree. Yeah. Sleepy, sleepy. I probably need to drink more of my coffee. That's why I made a coffee. That would be logical. Why would I do anything logical? Okay, I can feel a fatigue waves trying to come crashing down on me. If you're not aware, I have some chronic illnesses, and a side effect of that is I also have chronic fatigue. And if you've never had a chronic fatigue wave hit you, it's like the whole world starts compressing you down like a tin can being crushed. And if you do not go and get into bed within like the next 10 to 15 minutes, you pay for it with some of the worst pains. But also, I'm going to basically head to bed, flop onto the bed and fall asleep immediately and have the most glorious 20-minute nap ever. Because I have to do this or else I'm going to pay a price. I can feel it just hitting me, and it's like crashing waves as it pushes you further and further down. Like legit, when this is hit while driving, I've had to pull over the car. Like right now I'm sitting here without my eyes open because it's just hitting me that hard and very quickly. So we are going to end stream here so that I can go and self-care. Do you generally plan this one? I've just been picking them as we went along. We chose red for the hair, and I knew I wanted green for the vines. If I don't know what I'm doing, I just stick with what I know. Like trees are green, trunks are brown. Isn't always the case, but you know, stick with what you know, and then you can figure out the rest once you've coloured those in. Just colouring some elements on a page usually clears it up and makes it easier to see the rest of the elements. But yeah, we will be back tomorrow. We will be back in, 4 o'clock. So add 5 hours, but then take away 12. That's when we'll be back tomorrow morning. Or add 5 hours and then add another 12, and that's tomorrow. That's the time tomorrow. You can do math. I believe in you. You can do math. I have to go to bed. Thank you so much for being here. All the araha to all. I would find someone to raid, but we're not even going to make that. So we're just going to end here. Take care, lovelies. I can press buttons. We can do this. We can do this.